Gets that through to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for a single. Moves on to 23. The score 181 for 5. Another beautiful day here in Antigua. Sun is out in all its glory. Bit of a stronger breeze today, though.
Well, the players would need that.
Right arm over.
Certainly. McCarthy bowling to a new batsman in Naeem Young. 2 slips in the gully.
I give some credit to the skeleton staff that worked yesterday here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Terry.
Yes.
Kadeem Phillip and his guys, because I think some guys had to go to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to make up. But the team was here. I really want to compliment them. I want to compliment Richie himself, who was on the manual scoreboard.
Definitely.
By himself. You know, you got to give credit to those simple things that make the game tick.
One just coming back in a bit as Young looked to leave it. Caught the bottom half of the bat. Yes, he did an excellent job all by himself there out in the blazing sun all day.
And that's the kind of passionate people that you need around the game.
For sure.
I want to thank you and Mali yesterday. I mean, you know, we put in human service to be able to make sure that Seth could have enjoyed his lovely day with his wife. We want to say happy belated birthday also to the madam. Oh gosh, that's gone down to third man for 4.
Yeah, took the edge of no ball, first one of the day.
Yeah, they've been having a torrid time with these no balls.
They have. Played with a soft hand, so it bounced well in front of the second slip. 186 now for 5. Young is off the mark. He's on 4. The lead 440. Yes, happy belated birthday to Mrs. Burton. But he's all smiles, so it must have been a great day.
He's always smiling.
Yeah, well, that's true. He's got a lot of reasons to smile.
So don't make it sound as if that, you know, it's only the birthday that made him smile. He's always smiling.
Well, hopefully he took it to the stadium, at least to celebrate the,
well,
victory for 5 minutes, call in, just watch the last 6 fly over the fence and then go about their business.
That wasn't happening at all. You'd have to looked at the highlights. 187 for 5. There was no messing around with that one.
But wasn't it great though, Vernon, to go home and watch the highlights? Because there were actual highlights for us.
Well, there will always be highlights, whether win, lose or draw.
Yeah, but you don't watch those ones, though, do you?
You still try to watch them because you want to make sure that, you know, what you're hearing on the road,
true,
you can be able to see for yourself.
Turned nicely there by Wickham backward a square. There's 2 men out, so it'll just be this single. He goes up to 24. The score 188 for 5. 442 now, the lead. 450 and call it quits, or are we going to bat on till lunch?
No time soon, Terry. You look at the objective.
They don't look in a hurry.
They look like they want to bat. They just look like they want to bat back till the cows come home. So we look and see in terms of what's going to happen. But the management team, they would have a plan. I don't know what their plan is. I'll wait and see.
Nice delivery there by McCarthy, just angling back in, but well left by Young to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy in their second innings, 188 for 5. That's an overall lead of 442. Kevin Wickham is on 24 and Naeem Young is on 5.
I know you were talking about development tour, but if you take a pattern as to what happened in the first unofficial test in South Africa with the West Indies A team and South Africa A team.
Right.
South Africa A team declared their first innings. So you understand the dynamics of what they're trying to work on. That's what I'm saying. Seth and all of us on the panel were talking that every time the West Indies Academy team won the toss, they just decided that they were going to not bat. But sometimes in circumstances, you have to put yourself into the position to see what's going to happen.
Big appeal there by Frost, but a good stride in by Wickham.
I don't think his stride was right out there, Terry. I think this one is closer than we think. He was caught on almost on the crease. I think
he was just going down a bit.
That's maybe what I would save him. Very solid decision here again. He has to get the bat in front of the pad.
The pad, yeah.
He was just casual playing there. He's much better. He's a tall guy. Get the bat in front of the pad.
Yeah, he did that a couple of times last night too.
I can remember, I'll give you a story after this delivery. Terry?
Struck nicely up to long on for a comfortable single. Go ahead, Werner. I love stories.
A couple of years ago, way back, the Len Harris Cricket Academy brought Desmond Haynes to St. Kitts for a batting camp. And all of the youngsters who were batting, he made them take off their left pad. You batted in your right pad if you're a right-hander. He says, play the ball with your bat. You don't have any pad. And everybody was like, Coach, he says, you want to be here or you don't want to be here?
Right.
This is how it's going to go. Play the ball with your bat. Because everybody, we just comfortable. So you just use it.
Yeah, just use your leg. Yeah.
But what he was trying to do was to get them to be aware to use their bat, especially to the spinners.
To the spin, yeah.
You know, Terry, Seth will give you stories. All of us can give you stories coming up playing cricket. You know how many times you've had to survive? The players coming up now, they've got all these protection.
Right, yeah, exactly. You got everything at their disposal to protect themselves.
You listen to Viv, I was talking to him on Saturday night, and he says put a couple of dollars on the stumps, and say anybody who, I mean, who does that now?
No.
You know what I mean? But you have a barrage of guys that catch you on the beach and they want to knock you over and they feel that they can get you. You know what I mean? Everybody running in with zest because
definitely
that dollar, whatever, Victor Eddy, I know.
Better in my pocket than yours.
Victor used to have $5 and said anybody that beat the bat and, this big side screen in Warner Park and Vic just batting away.
4-4-4 the lead.
Your stump was a big drum.
Yes, yeah. He still had to defend it. McCarthy starts a new over, takes Young on the pad.
But you know what that did, right? Coming up, right, Terry? You had to defend.
Right, yeah. It taught you a solid defense.
There were 100 of the feelers out there.
Right.
And you.
Yeah, and you.
100 of the feelers out there, and your turn is going to be a very long time. Right? So you better look like trying to see when you get a bat. You bat. And if you had too much shot, those guys would come after you.
Turned nicely by Young down to fine leg for a comfortable single. He moves on to 7. The score 191 for 5. Lead 445.
In Sinkers, we used to call it rubber ball. So they cut the tires. Sometimes they would make it out of a cork or milk can or whatever. And you had these big rubber balls there. So these were heavy.
Right.
Rough you up, man. And you have a short distance.
So you with one of them.
These guys, you have to make your own pads. You get some cardboard and some rubber band and you put them on your shin splints to sort of protect you, because those guys, that's where they were targeting. They want to hit the stumps or they hit the lamppost. The lamppost sometimes was a stump and you had to defend it. Crazy. Things that we did in our time set. 191 for 5. Today they would tell you that, no, that's...
I can't do that.
You can't do that.
Nice drive there by Wickham, but stopped by the bowler and he followed through.
I'd like to get into Wickham's head, Terry.
That's all it has to change. Just needs to flick that mindset. He's got it all, that's for sure.
Yeah, but we got to figure out, what aspect of the game. Do we want him as a batting all-rounder? Do we want him as a batsman? I think he's more suited as a batting all-rounder.
Yeah.
somebody like a Carl Hooper style there, and we need somebody who can come and bowl top spinners. When we saw him in the Super 50, him last year and this year, he was a danger. A lot of the top batters around in the region
were having trouble. Yeah.
They didn't pick him. But what has happened now is that folks have said, no, we want you to bowl off spin because we want you to be consistent. But what we have to start thinking is that everybody's bowling off spin, everybody's bowling leg spin. We have to find some Chinaman bowler, Becca de Arm. Yes, especially on the Caribbean pitches that we have here in the Caribbean. We can't come with the same normal people. We have the Cornwalls, the Chase, the Sinclair. We got to start looking about getting somebody else. Even a left armer. I would like to see a couple of left arm seamers in the setup here, in the academy setup. Even a wrist spinner. I'd work on getting Kevin Wickham to be a batting all-rounder who can bowl and give him that sort of level of confidence.
Yes. It's a bit of a hold-up in play here as McCarthy is getting some treatment to what looked like his shin. In again now to Wickham. Played up to mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, true, and it does add more variety to your attack and something different, as you say, Vernon.
We need match winners. So when you look at the regional competitions, it just concluded Super 50 and the 4-day competition. You look on the bowling list and you see about 20 odd spinners.
Yes.
And maybe one seamer. But are the spinners match winners?
Step up, yeah.
At the next level.
That's pulled through the mid-wicket region. He didn't get all of it, Wickham. Good running again. Turns it into 2. So 2 more to Wickham to complete the over. He moves on to 27. West Indies Academy in their second innings, 193 for 5. And that's an overall lead of 447. Yes, but match winners, you're quite right, Vernon, and just when they step up, some of these spinners, they step up to the big league, the international level. They're found wanting a lot of the time.
Is that they're bowling too fast? Or the tracks don't accommodate them? You know, these are things that you seriously have to work on. You got to keep working on your craft. You know, with all these video analysts around, trust me, could be a headache for you. It's just like the fast bowlers, you know. You have the Husseins, you have the Caripairs, you have so many folks coming through. Gotta get some match winners.
Turned into the onside back of the square by Young for an easy single. He moves on to 8. Score 194 for 5.
If you look at how South Africa has persisted with Adam Zampa, if Adam Zampa was from Australia, if you look and you see how they have persisted with him, maybe in the Caribbean, you know, he might have been gone.
Right.
But because his type of bowling.
But a good point.
Given that level of confidence, I sometimes feel that when you look at a Hayden Walsh, it's got to be a big investment. You know, he's a 3-dimensional player.
But a good point you make, though, Vernon, especially with leg spinners, because even the late great Shane Warne, you know, when he first started, he needed time. He didn't come, you know, straight into international cricket and all of a sudden was firing on all cylinders. It took time. They persevered with him, and you're quite right, they're doing the same thing with Zampa these days. Big hit there by Young. Once again, doesn't get all of it. Bounces well in front of the long off for a single. Moves on to 9. The score 196 for 5.
Thought the Batterman came into play there. He sort of topped that. I don't know if he was aiming for the mid-wicket area.
The lead now has reached 450. plays that nicely up to long off for another easy single. So they're turning the score over. Not much happening out there for the Irish bowlers. Matter of time when West Indies Academy decide to pull the pin on this innings.
You think a pin will be pulled?
Well, I'm not sure. The way they're going.
Declaration doesn't seem to be part of the conversation here, Terry.
Doesn't seem imminent, does it, Vernon? No. Leon McCarthy will continue from this media centre end. As I said, he just had some treatment to what looked like his shin.
From that solid straight drive.
Yes, that whacked him on it, and that's pulled down to deep backward square leg. Picks it up on the bounce. Not in control of that was Wickham. He picks up another one. He moves into the 30s. He's 30 now. 198 for 5. 452 is the lead.
But you see him desperately trying not to get out. I think he was undone there by the pace and the bounce, more or less. He was into position. Lack of pace.
Yeah, didn't really come onto the bat. Tennis ball like bounce.
That's why I think that he didn't carry. Because
the guy's only 3/4 to the fence.
Yeah, right.
There at backward square leg. 2 men out. Himself and a fine leg. 2 slips a gully. Man sweeping on the cover point boundary. Cover mid off. And mid on. He's into Young, and Young just taps that into the mid wicket region. Take off for another comfortable single. Young moves into double figures. He's 10. 199 for 5. Pretty cruisy here at the moment for West Indies Academy. Not much chat going on with the Irish. They're probably trying to figure out what's going on also.
No, well,
when their turn is to bat.
They're going to be under immense pressure.
Definitely.
The score alone
is a nightmare enough. Yeah, that's pulled nicely by Wickham, but the fine leg fielder does well. Cuts it off. And restricts the scoring to 2. So 2 more to Wickham. Moves on to 32. The 200 comes up for the West Indies Academy. They're now 201 for 5 in their second innings. Overall lead of 455.
Yeah, just motoring on here, more or less. Wickham. 32 from 59. So he's trying to get a score. You could see that.
And that's pulled beautifully, but straight to deep backward square fielder, who fumbles a bit, but just the single. Looks at the bottom of the bat, so might have got the toe in there. He's in position nicely for that one. Yeah, you could see the way he came in yesterday. He's no fluent self or in any hurry or anything. He was just trying to get himself in.
And I was talking also about spinners in South Africa. Shamsi,
right?
who played CPL cricket, is someone who he started here in the Caribbean. Marlon Samuels brought him first.
Driven in the air, but quite safely to the man sweeping out on the point boundary. For 1 more to Young.
Talking about Shamsi, when Marlon was captain of the St. Casim's Patriots team, and on his tour to South Africa, he spotted Shamsi in the nets, and he was playing there. Brought him to the Caribbean because he was completely different.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So you recognize that you have to look for that. He's gone on from strength to strength still.
True.
The Zampa, the Shamsi, even England, Ahmed.
Right. We saw in
the Caribbean, the under-19 World Cup. So you have to be able to find those gems there somewhere around. And Seth and myself, we did commentary during the under-15 tournament here. There are a couple from Trinidad and from Ghana.
Yes, they were.
We got to look to invest in them, find them very early. One of the things which I feel that, we don't try to change them. They're going to go for numbers, but trust me, they're going to be match winners.
Right.
I think sometimes the coaches concentrate so much on just trying to minimize rather than thinking about how we're going to win games, who's going to be the match winner. Have to find match winners. We saw what happened there. Ireland found a match winner in Tom Mayers. It's picking up his first 5-wicket haul. This is going to boost his confidence going forward in his career.
Definitely. Frost continuing here. 205 for 5 now, West Indies Academy.
Frosty, lovely.
He's worked hard at Frost all series. Picked up his wickets. 4 wickets in the only innings of the first 4-day match. He picked up 2 or 3 in the first innings here in the second one, and he's got 2 for 82 again in West Indies Academy's second innings.
Frosty.
So although they've been under the pump in this series, they'll still take 2 or 3 positives away. Matthew Foster bowled well, toiled hard all series. Stroked up to long off by Young. Another single. He moves on to 13 and the score 206 for 5. The lead 460. And I will leave you with comments from Vernon Springer. And for the first time this match, you'll hear the voice of Seth Burton.
206 for 5. With Wickham 34 from 61, 9 Young 13 from 20. We said thanks to Terry. I don't know if he brought some extra coffee for me. I think I needed the coffee yesterday, but he didn't bother with me.
No. Always the coffee.
Joined by Seth. 206 for 5, Seth. I know you've just been following on your device. 72 all out, 20-something points, something overs.
That was a shocker.
I'm still in amazement.
I still think I would need to bring back Mr. Ranking, Boyd Ranking, the manager of the team, because I think with the Irish emerging team slipping a bit in their batting. I mean, last game it was tough. This game it has been tougher. I hear you questioning the academy continuing to bat, I guess, overnight with a lead of 426. You would think that is enough. In the context of first-class cricket or even international cricket, in Test cricket, your highest chase in the world, in fact, the world record is still 418. West Indies versus Australia, we go back to 2003. So I guess you're saying that it is not only improbable, but you could say it's mathematically not possible in the context of reality for Ireland to score the 426 overnight in terms of the lead. But perhaps the West Indies academy may be thinking, I see they're on a path of getting the players batting over 90 overs in an innings. We go back to the first game, they batted 95. We go back to first innings here, 96 overs. So perhaps that is part of the thinking. And I'll get back to that.
Wickham driving sweetly out to the sweeper, getting an easy single. I hear you, Seth.
And perhaps also, if you look at the pattern in the first innings, Kevlon Anderson got 100. In the first game, in that pivotal innings, Joshua Bishop got 100. So far in this innings, there is not a centurion. So perhaps they are working on some of those dynamics. We want to build an innings around 100. We want to make sure one or two players would have gotten half century, would have wanted a certain number of overs to come into play. They want them to get more games. Perhaps that may have been the thinking in their defense. But I do understand the point that you are making, which is pivotal and the most important point, the winning culture. And given the fact that I think the weather conditions here is ideal for cricket, even though there's some clouds around, with another day in prospect, they want the players to maximize their chance outside in the square. Now they have given Kevin Wickham an opportunity now to get into the half-century mold, get perhaps beyond the half-century mold. We have seen what you would have seen what Naeem Young would have done to get his half-century. A quick single, though, by these players, and perhaps those are some of the thinking, but it's really refreshing, Vernon, to hear that reasoning on your part, on Terry's part, and also just to express my profound thanks to you guys in Mali for not only keeping things together, but ensuring that our viewers, in spite of the fact that yesterday there was a split interest, viewers in Ireland, viewers in the Caribbean, viewers all around the world could have had the opportunity at the same time to be having this cricket.
Well, it's a bigger picture, and so we have to remain focused. We all have to work as a team. You know, we only have 9 million people, maybe 9-10 million people in the Caribbean, in English-speaking Caribbean, and so it's important that we need to come together. You know, and it was a time set when we were number one in the world.
That's right. And it may even surprise you that there would have been viewers and listeners who were tuned to this more than they may have been there, because they have familial interest, they have youth interest, they have the emerging players' interest, because they may not have seen what they would have at the West Indies. Meanwhile, I have to add my voice to congratulate the West Indies team on that outstanding victory against England yesterday. When you look at it, it may have been more celebration for the captain and the vice captain, because both would have been at the crease at the end to usher in a victory in which they were chasing, 336 for victory, and got there with an over to spare. Yeah. So I hope that they can maintain the momentum. If not, it will be back to the same old, same old.
But you can see some improvement. It's just for them to continue to work on their weaknesses consistently.
Yes.
And you know what was crazy yesterday, Seth, is that you had like 27 sixes that were hit at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 55 boundaries. 55 boundaries. So it was really a high proportion of boundaries. 651 runs.
That was
in a day's play.
That was important. The 651 team and the team chasing, winning by four wickets. The confidence, the dynamics of the team. We can have many debates. There were a lot of pre-match debates, and still there will be some post-match analysis. Though you had victory, there would always be debates and discussions. But you and Terry were making a critical point about confidence in players, about leg spinners, and at times they have the... I remember back in 2003 when you mentioned Shane Warne, and I will get back to that discussion here.
Frosty. He's bowled well. The figures might not indicate that. Whipped into the short mid-wicket area by Naeem Young.
As we mentioned about that record chase, Shane Warne was having a horrible time, because as leggies, in fact, any spinner, at times you get out of form. It does not mean that you ought to be discarded. And in that game, that Australia chose to drop Shane Warne and played Stuart McGill. In fact, both would have played together at times. When they dropped Shane Warne, that was when the West Indies crept in and won that record-breaking 418 for 7, which stands as the world record since. So there are times when you would have to have that patience, understanding a player could be off, but that same Zampa factor at the beginning of the World Cup, you'd say the first 2 games, it looked as though Zampa could have been out of things, but then he was the man who brought them back. So patience is a virtue in any format. Once you have the quality.
To a ninth of 5. Leader 463 and counting. Maybe the management team here of West Indies Academy maybe wanted to bat for the first hour, see what the conditions would be like.
But they also want the youngsters to bat as long as possible to get in a test match mold.
I want to talk about that a little bit, Seth. I don't want us to bat long and then get bowled out for 220.
Agreed. Agreed.
We've been batting 100 overs, Seth, and by the time you look around at we got bowled out. So we have to be very careful. The name of the game, once you're playing, is about runs, wickets.
But the prospects that I'm seeing, especially from the academy standpoint, they're not going to give you 100 overs for 200. You're looking at I like the solidity of Kevlon Anderson. He has displayed that. In fact, he also did that during the Headley Week series. You have Teddy Bishop, who at the top of the order also is offering you that opportunity. So you have those players who between, the top 3 will surely keep the fielders busy. And in the middle, you're going to have those who are not only going to keep them busy, but those who are going to go to speed up that rate. So it's a good mix here.
McCarthy bungs away. And Wickham is back and across. Seth, this game, cricket, is such a crude game. You wonder sometimes, how life can be. Sam Curran yesterday, 25 years of age, 9.5 overs, not for 98.
And on another day, the same Sam Curran, it may well be 3 for 33.
Yeah.
From his 10.
From his 10. And his best bowling figures have been 5 for 4. So
exactly.
Understand what's happening in that column. Now 5 for 48, his best bowling figures have been. But yesterday was just not his day.
That's right. That's cricket. And that's the sport. We look on, and you can't judge a player just by a game. You want to give them that opportunity. You could be the best at your craft, and you could be humiliated by the game. And the next time you're the hero. And that's the glorious uncertainty and the irony of cricket.
209 for 5.
I think Wickham is getting a bit complacent here. We're not seeing the movement of the feet as earlier in the morning. We're just going at, another 40 minutes so far for the morning. So he has to just keep going. Can't just get through on talent alone. Has to be hard work and hard concentration. Correctly driven. Look at that.
Beautiful shot for 4.
Got to get that foot out.
Lovely cover drive. And once it went past Michael, who's one of the better fielders here for Ireland, he found the gap, balanced, leaned into it nicely. And one for the future. But we've got to get into his head. He goes quickly to 40. Talking about Shai Hope's innings yesterday, 16th set, 119 matches, 114 innings, 5,049 runs, high score of 170, average of 51.52.
That is phenomenal.
He's been solid. Real solid. Here's another short delivery. Slow bumper, just pulled through the mid-wicket area. Hesitation with the run-in. In the end, they got 1 run.
Shai Hope will come into my discussion. I've got some flack in some corners that I think that he's our best batter. And when I say that, not just our best batter in ODI, I think he's our best batter all around. He has fallen away from Test cricket. I think he should still be playing Test cricket. I did say that I think the chairman of selectors really don't want to get in trouble with my good friend Dr. Desmond Haynes, but I think his role in terms of taking some of these young players, these young right-handers, I can't say young for Shai Hope now, but the little faults that you pick up. I know he's chairman of selectors, but I always eyed him, and I think Clive Lloyd agreed with that he ought to have been more or less coaching, because Shai Hope is missing from action in Test cricket. There are few little dynamics that work well in ODI or in white ball that may not work in Test cricket. It should be hard to iron out. This guy's a gifted guy.
But in the context of what is happening around with world cricket, it all boils down to the player itself. And I think some players have made their mind up set that they're not going to want to play the longer version of the game because you have to readjust. And with the amount of T20 leagues that are popping up around the world, Shai Hope is 30 now. And he may be thinking that maybe I have another 5 more years in the game. And so I just prefer to end my career maybe playing T20 cricket. And you know, it's a debate that we've been continuing about all the time, Seth. Here is Wickham just getting a wide delivery from Frost and just steering it. And it went past the backward point fielder down to the third man area for 2. I was talking about the limited amount of Test cricket that is
opportunity,
being played.
And you're right. And I think that's the case in terms of the West Indies. It's not the case in terms of Australia, because if you really look at the Australia Test team, the T20 and the ODI first choice team, we'll get to that.
Yeah, it was Wickham smashing it around.
There is a core of players, and that core still remain intact. The David Warner, the Steve Smith, you go further down, even Lamouche becomes a fixture now in the ODI team.
To complement your point, you still have to look to see what's going to happen in the next 2 years, because you recognize now you have a Steve Smith, you have a David Warner, who is going to be walking away from that Test arena.
But
so
all
you have to
adept
watch those
at white
matters.
ball, all adept at red ball, and we moved that to India. Yes, they can have 3 teams, but still, the top 6 batters can play
They can have 3
in
teams.
the white ball and still in the red.
But all the presidents want the trophy in that cabinet. That is where the pressure is set. So in the Caribbean, where we're thinking that we want to be able to win something set, right? India is even under immense pressure based on the economic money that they're spending on the game.
Lovely shot.
Over
Classic
long
shot. Class. Kevin Wickham just launching into that one. He brings up
his 50.
His 50 with a 6. Nonchalantly played and with a lot of, look at it. Almost effortless.
But that was easy. It was right in his arc, and he really didn't do anything there. Every now and again, Frost, when he overflights the deliveries, he's been hit away. He was offline, and it gave Wickham that opportunity to be able to just use his elevation. 50 off 74 deliveries so far, and he might be looking to press on here.
Well, he needs to. He needs to look. He's at 50 now. The next 50 runs, he needs to be looking at where am I going to get them. There is no pressure here. We have extended the lead. Well, the lead is getting closer towards 500. It's 478. We don't have any pressure on us. There is insurance in another day. So he needs to be carving his path, and that's where I think the coaching staff may be thinking.
We have to think about today, because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, that's true.
You got to think about today. Sir.
You're so correct.
We're not guaranteed. We're not guaranteed about tomorrow.
That's right.
Not rain.
Not a thing.
Right. So let's deal with today and what's in front of us.
Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Yeah, because sometimes we want to say, oh well, yeah, we have another day. God forbid.
That's
rain
right.
Might come tomorrow, and then you ruin yourself. And you say, boy, we should have really done this.
We should have gone and bowled them out.
On hindsight.
That has happened many times in tests. And
you have to take that into consideration. And Terry was making the point this morning, we have 2 days to go. But sometimes you have to be aggressive by saying, listen, we want to finish off these guys in 3 days.
That's right. Well, as the lead gets closer to 500, we'll see exactly what comes out from Ryan Griffith and his team. But it's really good. See a change now in the bowling has been made. The man who would have thought it's not Hand, is it Foster?
What is it? Mayers?
Mayers.
Tom Mayers.
Yes. Well, I wonder why he didn't play the first.
Could have been management workload as well too. But he's picked up his 5 wicket earlier in the first innings, and he's back again. Here's a nice elegant shot coming out there from Kevin Wickham.
And the thing about Mayers, his batting ability. Played a classic in the first List A one-day match. And so he's a formidable all-rounder. But as you mentioned about player management, load management, Boyd Rankin was suggesting they have not really had a lot of red ball opportunities.
I'll come back to that set in terms of the point here in the Leeward Islands. Magnificent straight drive down the ground by Naeem Young. Half volley. And his bottom came into play. And he belted that one down the ground. Now, earlier this year set, the Leeward Islands Cricket Board organized a 3-day tournament. But sometimes I don't think a lot of us really conduct our own research to understand what was happening. It was the first time that most of the young cricketers in St. Martin were playing red ball cricket when they played in the Leeward Islands 3-day tournament. Because in St. Martin, they just play T20 cricket.
That's right.
All right, so I'll come back to that.
And it's a similar situation. You go across to Anguilla.
Right.
Similar situation.
Right around the region. So I'm saying, as compared to set what we came up with where, you played red ball cricket that was available to you, because of the economic situation in some of those countries, they're only allowed to play white ball cricket.
White ball cricket. And yet you've seen the emergence of these young players from St. Martin. Casey Carty would have played yesterday, although in the white ball format, has the capacity to go beyond.
You got Nathan Edwards, the West Indies under 19.
Well, I am going to speak about him because every time an opportunity here, no, not taken. The ball was always drifting away. And it was a difficult one. But you're seeing now aggressive intent from the West Indian batters.
But I also wanted to talk also about the young man, Michael Palmer, who you would have seen set.
Well, even before...
At 17 years old, scored in the 3-day competition 100.
Even before you get to Palmer, Nathan Edwards, what a terrific talent. At his age, the pace. I mean, what are we seeing here? Then we have to go back to Durham. Came out, his first game, Super 57 wickets. And they're coming out of that little place with not a lot of opportunity.
With just one cricket field. Set.
One cricket ground, that's correct.
One cricket ground.
St. Martin,
one cricket ground, and maybe if you don't look sharp, set, maybe converting maybe just 2 tracks or 1 track.
And I want to reach out. We have to do some outreach in St. Martin and some research. That is something that we need to do, because years ago, I'll tell you the truth, when you thought about St. Martin and you were playing cricket, it was really a cricket team just taking a fun tour to St. Martin. It was you were going to Anguilla, but you were going to St. Martin to shop. And now they are producing. So we have to, and if you'd have considered them years ago non-existent in terms of cricket, and now they are producing some excellent, batter, fast bowler, spinner, of some repute at the youth and at the senior level. So it simply means that West Indies cricket is still on a good path in terms of talent if we seek and we find.
But more so, Seth, we now need to look at how can we develop the infrastructure in St. Martin.
That's right.
And the human resources with what they have. Because you have to bring in now 1 or 2 experts now who can be able to now begin to get into the young man's minds about fitness, about nutrition.
That's right.
You know what I mean, about the context of the Precisely. Game, the business aspect,
And even about my concern, I would have said it directly to Casey Carty, is that competitive edge. Because what? Who are you rubbing against? Who are you pushing against? You're at the top of the game in the West Indies, but when you're back home, you're not pushing very hard. But yet that youngster could have come out of and into the CPL system and just stepped up to the plate and played match-winning innings. But when you're at home, you're not pushing hard against others. So we really have to do some deep soul searching and go into the deep byways and alleyways. Excellent delivery.
Going down.
Naeem Young, saved by the bell.
Yeah, I think it was...
Let's look at it again.
I think he pitched outside the leg stump.
Definitely for us, it was good delivery.
Maria Abbott has been solid set.
Yes, I reckon from the first game I saw with her, I said she knows her game. She's not daunted by noise or conjecture, not even by the cameras.
Mm-hmm. So you made a point, set, because St. Martin and Anguilla are positioned expertly. Then we have Montserrat, and then Tiga. I'll come back set to a while to make my point so that you will understand what we're talking about.
Wickham, the Bajan, is on strike and he cuts it so well. He's so languid, talented. And I want to make a point, as you were making about Kevin Wickham. I think at this stage you must allow the player to determine his destiny. He's no longer on the 19 developmental that you want to make him into who you want to make him. He's now a man who has a mission. And within that mission, he needs the purpose in his heart that Kevin Wickham is or is going to be a bona fide all-rounder of sorts. A bona fide all-rounder who can bat and make 100, and if given the ball an opportunity, can take 5 wickets, because he has the capacity. And Naeem Young, the captain, would know his capacity. On the Barbadian circuit, he can bowl leg spin, he can bowl off spin, and we saw in the academy situation when they were bowler down after Lane had to leave, he came and he bowled some seam-ups a few months ago. Not trying to be blasphemous or compare. We remember, how did Garfield Sobel start?
Yes.
Had a little orthodox left arm. But he became the greatest all-round in the world. But so who is capturing this? That is the question for you.
But it comes down to the leadership as to who is in charge, and you have to be able to spot talent. And it's not everybody is good at spotting talent and being able to allow that talent to go.
That's right. And there is where we need to really dig deep. Think deep. It's not just what happens on the surface, Vernon. It's what happens in the discussion room. It's what happens at the, let me not go into club business, at the territorial level. Who is providing that guidance? Who is latching on to that? Is there a connection between that player and that discussion on and off the field? I don't know.
But we have to look at also at our club structure in the Caribbean. Because gone are the days set when we would have had a lot of club cricket being played consistently. Yes,
that's right.
You might have club cricket. Is Wickham drive in over mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. The mid-on and the mid-off is inside the circle, and he decided to have a go there. So they may be getting on their bikes. Maybe they, as we look, Seth was talking, what's the time now? We approaching the first hour of play for the morning, and maybe they want to move into overdrive.
Yes, maybe they had some, sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to lose my chain of thought yet. So I was talking about 2 English-dependent territories, Montserrat and Anguilla.
That's correct.
We have to factor how we get the players from Montserrat and Anguilla to go to England, and how they can be able to get exposure to benefit the Leeward Islands cricket.
Well, interestingly, good delivery. Interestingly, you make that point. That used to happen somewhat a bit. We remember Cardigan, Connor, good buddy over there going up to Hampshire. We could go back. I think Lanville Harrigan would have had a few stints up there.
That's how
we
Omari
go back
Banks
to
started.
Montserrat. Exactly. And Omari Banks became the first test player from Anguilla to be followed by now Jamal Hamilton getting his 1 test and 1 ODI. And then on the Montserrat, we had all these guys, Lesroy Weeks, Lesroy Irish, a set of young players, the batters, Davon Williams, the son of the... So they fed into that. And when that was the case, it was a very competitive Montserrat team in the Leeward Islands tournament.
The point of what I wanted to make, Seth, is that there needs to be a conversation taking place with the British territory, whether it be a county or whatever, to set up even an off-season base in Montserrat or in Anguilla that can help to now bring through those young players. So you'll have this pool where St. Martin will be mixing with Anguilla. And right here in Antigua and Barbuda, you'll have a more influx of players getting an opportunity to go across to Montserrat. With the population of Montserrat,
Wickham drives, flowing, glowing, in fact, a 6.
Going all the way for 6.
And this man is starting to lighten up the place. Look at it. Outside the off stump, moves into line, and he just cocked that left elbow and hoists that over long off, saying hi to the players in the dugout. I'm just about gearing up. It's not time to declare. The lead of 500 has now been extended. In fact, no, it's 499. So Vernon, would they take it after 1 run?
I doubt that.
I guess Wickham is saying, you got to stick with me.
If Wickham is 63, then he's thinking about 100. That's what they're going to be thinking about in that dugout.
Yeah, that's the one area. He gets a 4 with that. And the lead now extends beyond 500. But look at it. I'm going to make a comment on that. That is the area that I think, if you were to analyze his overall game, he's definitely a 360 player. I find him a bit wanted to the shorter deliveries when he's going just slightly forward of square on the onside and backward of square to these slow bouncers. I call them slow because these are not no terror fast bowlers. He tends not to time the ball. He tends to be pulling down but not middling it. So I think if there is one flaw in his batting,
I think it's his positioning of where his right foot. He doesn't get deep in the crease when he wants to pull the ball. So you have to have full extension, especially with the pace.
He defends well. 249 for 5 Vernon, almost 250. It is good to see the consistency of scoring because we go back to South Africa when you spoke about the West Indies 8.
I think they've declared that. They would have heard you.
500?
Oh, no, it's drinks.
It's drinks.
Yeah,
Vernon, you're too anxious for declaration. What's going on?
Because I want to see Tom Ball. I think it is only fair.
Well, we're going to have a conversation here, Jason. I know we're looking at it, but you want to see Turnbull, and that is true because, Vernon, I am on a campaign. In fact, I had a discussion. Could you believe through the stream, I was able to link up somebody, a colleague of mine, Wildman. Good morning if you're listening. Called from the United States after over 25 years of not seeing him. Through the stream, the fact that we were on stream, listening, and we had Carlisle, we had such a wonderful conversation. And at the bottom of it was that can we get a pace attack back? And now that we are seeing guys like Torn coming up in the academy, now that we are seeing other youngsters, young Joseph, the potential is there. I think we have to get back to the pack. That is another conversation after this break. Because the same way Clive Lloyd realized that he was hitting hard against tough pace and needed to go and find guys to back up Robertson Holding, who he found in Ghana and Croft and then the machinery. I think the opportunities here for situations like this, when we see guys like Thorne coming up, that we can't just say, let them wait for 2 years. We have to do our best.
I like the look of
enjoy the break. It is 249 for 5.
I like the look of Rion Lane too. So that's another conversation as we go to
may not have the same pace, but the consistency, the line, and enough pace to carry it through. Well, welcome back after the break, the first hour of play this morning. And you know that the West Indies Academy, they have moved from the overnight score of 172 for 4 to 249 for 5. Kevin Wickham moving on to a half century and batting well so far for his 67. Naeem Young is on 23. And the only batter they would have lost during that first hour was young Tuckett. Not really taking his opportunity as he should have. But in the meanwhile, the lead has been extended to over 500. It's now 503. The Irish, they're trying hard, but good, resolute, and pugnacious batting from the West Indies Academy, Terry Laraji.
Yes, most definitely. Good morning, Seth, and good morning once again to all our viewers and listeners. Lead now well over 500 and counting. This partnership continues to flourish.
I like the approach that we saw from Kevin Wickham. Looked as though he was focused. He was more sedate. Looked as though he was moving towards the half century. Once he, in fact, then went into another gear to bring up the half century. And since then, looks threatening in terms of that he wants to get to the other half of that half century, closer towards 100.
Yeah, wants a big one, 33 away. But even the way he started last night, Seth, you could see that he wanted a score. And come out with his normal flourish straight away. More of a controlled and sedate start to his innings.
Yes, the first over. After the break, the 250 comes up. 250 coming up in 61 overs tells you that they're going at a good rate, because it's one thing to be batting and to be batting a certain number of overs, but how are you affecting? It's really a high impact game here from the West Indies Academy.
Yes, run rate was up to almost 5. They started the West Indies Academy's second innings yesterday, maintained it around 4, 4.1 at the moment. They look, we dare say, by the looks of things, that they'll bat through to at least lunch.
That could well be the target.
Big shot there by Naeem Young. One bounce over the rope down at long on for another boundary.
He just stood there.
He never misses out very often when the ball
That's
is
right.
in his half. Yep.
And he does well. He's the captain. And you'd see once the captain sends that signal, he wants to get as many as quickly as possible. You know that you're in for some entertainment.
Definitely. Moves on to 28, 254 for 5, lead 508.
And they're cognizant that the Irish, emerging Irish Island team would not make that score. But they are then saying to themselves, we have some individual goals that we want to achieve, and we must achieve them. There's some team goals, perhaps the number of overs we bat, but at the same time, they have their individual targets. This time he goes, bouncing out towards the boundary. A big, gallant effort from the man running back.
Excellent effort. I think that's Liam McCarthy.
Could not stop it. It was wide outside the off stump, and he threw the kitchen sink proverbially at it. Oh, and McCarthy dived on the rope. What was he trying to save? A 4?
He almost had to
going
save
down the
himself.
hill? That's right. So he needed not to dive, but showing commitment, like to impress the management staff that he's a wholehearted cricketer.
And
goes again.
Huge straight up.
But
in
he
the
may be in
air,
trouble.
Running round at long on and takes an excellent catch in the end.
Well judged. Well judged by Foster. He looked at it and he looked straight. Tim Tector looked in the sun really is in fact not from that angle. He was going at an offside shot. The ball, you can see the clouds. The sun is in that vicinity. He judged it.
Excellent catch.
And he took it above his shoulder.
Yeah.
And then tumbled back.
And there's a bit of a breeze today, Seth, so that was swirling around a bit. But he judged it very well in the end. So Naeem Young goes for an entertaining 32. 258 for 6. West Indies Academy lead now 512.
Well, the Irish, they hope they have 4 wickets to take in the second innings. Out comes Joshua Bishop, the man of the match in the first 4-day game, and the man of the series in the 3-match one-day series.
One-day series, yeah.
So maybe looking to see if he can extend that to a double to be man of the series in both ways. I'm not saying he will. I said he may try. One of the ways he could do that is to perhaps knock over 100 here. He's in fact third in the batting for the 4-day games. Kevlin Anderson, the man at the top, with just about just under 300 runs. Then you have, just before Joshua Bishop, you have Teddy Bishop, who has also scored well. So Joshua Bishop, also amongst the wickets, the wicket tally being led by Isia Torn, the man who has captured 11 wickets so far. And then Naeem Young, also with 7. Joshua Bishop. He's a strongly built left-arm orthodox spinner, but he bats right-handed.
And he can belt a ball, that's for sure, as we saw in
Certainly.
that first match.
Yes.
Excellent 100 that turned the game on its head.
Turned the game on its head. I thought it shocked the Irish.
Well, most definitely shocked.
Because the game was well in the balance at that stage. In fact, they were having the upper hand.
Back, yeah.
And that innings really knocked them out. They were just out of sorts in the field with the ball. And then aggressive intent
for that
there.
one.
Good delivery from Tom Mears. But I thought that innings just rattled them. That I thought they even lost composure once they went back to bat. Never recovered. So his high impact innings gave him the nudge as man of the match ahead of Torn, who would have gotten 8 wickets in that game, 4 in each innings, with his brisk bowling. That one kept low.
Low, yeah.
They have taken some pace off of it as well. That completes the over. And a successful over. So,
yeah, successful over for Tom Mears. He picks up his 8th wicket for the match, 3 for 51. He has now 14 overs.
Well, all the flags are flying, and it looks as though someone is catching a nice sleep between the Antigua flag and the Irish flag.
Yeah, the only spectator in the ground is the sleep slip.
Well, there's some below us in the stand. But that one perhaps had some party after the West Indies won, surprisingly to many. Maybe
As he should.
perhaps he joined some party last night, and now because he's fully decked in that CWI regalia, but now the camera is off of him. Back to the action. All eyes though must be on Kevin Wickham, who's going to face Mike Frost. Reverse sweeps.
Well for 2.
Quite composed though. Give him credit for the composure. He picked the line. He was there waiting, covered his front foot in reversing. In fact, got the left foot out. Was able to wait on it. Didn't get as much pace as he wanted. I believe his intent was to get a 4, but he got 2. Goes down the track, and he belts this one. What a shot really moving, marching on. And Frost, well, has now conceded over 100 runs. Wickham going down the track, and what a wonderful shot, just hoisting that over straight mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and the long-on fielder. He is enjoying it. Frost has now gone over 100, 106 for 2. He has been really bowling. He's in his 28th over, and they would have some searching to do for that ball.
Yeah, and almost went out of the park.
Yes.
But a beautiful shot, great use of the feet there by Kevin Wickham. Got to the pitch easily, full flow of the bat.
Well, ball has been found.
Moves on to 75 Seth from just 85 deliveries.
And it's important that he gets 100.
Yeah.
Right, Kevlin Anderson, he has led the way. He has shown how it can be done. Joshua Bishop, in a different style, has shown how it can be done. And he's balancing it. He's between both, the ultra-aggressive and the more defensive. He is that balanced player. Kevin Wickham can do both. Adept at what he does. Slug sweeps. But there is a fielder on the forward of square boundary on the onside, only a single.
Get off.
And Joshua Bishop careful in taking his card. He's asking for off. He settles for middle.
Long spell, this again by Mike Frost. Done some work, Seth, in this series.
Certainly. Good delivery. He was tempted there. He didn't have the width that he thought.
No,
it was a
to
bit
cut
short
it.
of a length. Was bouncing nicely, but it was a bit close to the body.
Nice. Late dub. Back with a square. Oh, bit of a wild return there by Foster.
Terry, as we look at the series so far, combining both the one-day and the 4-day games, you can give us some of the highlights, some of the things that you relish, you really enjoy, from the players.
Well,
take your time, no hurry, but think about it.
Take my time like the West Indies Academy. Huh?
Well, they're large and in charge,
Oh,
so
most
take your time when
definitely.
you're in charge.
End of the over, 269 for 6. Wickham was on 77. Joshua Bishop just come to the crease. He's on 1. Lead 523. The standout for me, most definitely, tears in my eyes, I rolled back the years so much, was the bowling of Isaiah Thorne. And, it is what we've been looking for, a genuine, quick. He looks an athlete. He's building up. We've watched him now over the last 2 or 3 years. You can tell he's getting bigger, stronger, and that most definitely is a highlight for me. Anderson looks the complete package. We were saying during the course of this match with the centuries, a shower comes across the ground.
Yes. Where did that come from?
Yes, out of the blue, literally, because it's blue skies and sunshine.
Yes, a nice little intermittent blow. That was just a blow across because it has disappeared.
It has.
Wow, the shortest shower, that was about for 30 seconds. Perhaps it's the proverbial reminder when I was speaking about they have tomorrow, and Vernon reminded me that
maybe
there's no tomorrow. You don't know.
You don't.
Tomorrow is in somebody else's hand.
True.
So we have had that reminder because here the groundsmen looking with eager eyes as though they wanted to come out, but it has all dissipated. Oh.
And after that one, did Bishop?
Yes, but it was not the correct ball. He was literally on the knees, trying to punch that through the covers. And it was a full-length delivery.
But Kevlin Anderson, though,
Yes.
Seth, he looks the complete package. We were saying on air a few times that he might not have the flair or the panache of Wickham or the others in the top of the order. But he's very well organized, very solid at the crease, knows what he's about. And that's well, very wide there by Mays and doesn't get away with that one. Called wide by the umpire. I remember him speaking after he made that big 150 odd in the Headley Weeks Trophy, and he was saying that it was his concentration that kept letting him down. He felt, so he went and seeked it out and spoke to the coaching staff and everything, and you can tell that he's really been working on it, and he looks very good to me.
Out caught. He gives it away. Walked into the shot. And another one goes down. Tom Mears gets his fourth. Going right across the stumps and just drilling that to the extra cover fielder. And Joshua Bishop goes 271 for 6.
Yes, he was always looking to be on the go, was Josh Bishop. It just didn't get the elevation. He hit it hard enough, but straight to the cover fieldsman. So the 7th wicket goes down, and I'd say, Seth, the way they're batting now since the drinks break, obviously the declaration, they say bat to lunch, if they make it to lunch. So they'll either be bowled out or declare by lunch.
So now
I believe.
And I'm not quite sure what the discussions would have been, because we were anticipating an early declaration, but I made the point that once Kevin Wickham would have gotten a half century, then you really can't, declare in the context that you're well ahead. My concern now, as you mentioned, lunch, if there would have been any declaration, it certainly could not have been before lunch.
Right.
Someone needs now, McKinney Clark has the capacity to bat.
Yep.
He needs to stay and fight with Kevin Wickham.
To get him
and
to
Kevin
100.
Wickham needs not to be anxious about that. Needs to then realize 22 runs, whether I chip away at it or I am in command, I am not going to be undone at this stage.
Because we saw that yesterday with Akeem Ogos. He playing beautifully and had all the time in the world to make 100.
So McKinney Clark, well, he will get a 4.
Yeah. Soft hands, dropped it down past the second slip.
Yes, what a way to get off the mark from the young St. Lucian. Walks across and in the end steals it.
Easy.
You got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. But back to the discussion with Kevlon Anderson. That 153 he made in the Headley Weeks, it was really a special knock.
Right.
And you realize that he was really concentrating. He was batting towards that. We also saw a double 100 from Kevin McKenzie.
Kirk McKenzie.
Kirk McKenzie, sorry. And we thought that he has the capacity to go further. Now he's with the A team in South Africa. We recognize now the tendency is that he drops one down. I love to see a genuine opener, be given that opportunity to open.
Right.
Not necessarily coming at number 3. I'm not giving any excuse. But I think he's a genuine article for that sort of cricket. Would have gotten, his opportunity to tour. As the younger player, I think you want to fit him in a system because there is no fixture above at the top of the order if you're looking in terms of Test cricket. So Anderson definitely has been consistent, and the circumstance in which he got here, he kept his focus.
Yeah, most definitely.
Should have been in South Africa.
Exactly, which is another tribute to him. I mean, he could have, let the disappointment of that take over, and then the pressure also realizing that, all right, you're back in the academy team, you shouldn't be here, you were selected to go on the A-team tour, but you keep making runs, you're not going to disrupt that plan of making an A-team or further for West Indies. And he came out and made the run, 79 in the first match.
And it was good thinking as well by those in charge to make that switch. Having Jordan Johnson moving on to South Africa, well ahead of the Under-19 World Cup, where the teammates would join him first week in January. But in fact, the tournament starts then. But my highlight, I would agree, would have been Thorne to realize that there is the discovery of a youngster who is bowling at about 87, 88 and has the capacity to increase his pace. But also, whereas we would have known what Joshua Bishop had to offer, what Kevlon Anderson had to offer, what Lane had to offer, we know of Naeem Young. It was also the batting of Joshua Bishop in that critical first game that tilted the balance. And it was not just, it wasn't slugging, it was really assertive, aggressive, calculated batting. And I think with that mindset, we have much to look forward to from the Irish standpoint.
For sure. Well, from the Irish standpoint, they have a couple of players to work with. That Matthew Foster has impressed all series. Even this Mike Frost, left arm spinner. The captain himself looks a very organised cricketer to me.
Yes, Doherney. Wickham again.
Lovely use of the feet once again. High over, long on for another 6. He moves into the 80s now. 84 to 83 for 7. West Indies Academy, the lead, 5:37.
Almost going at a run per ball, Terry. 84 from 89, and he's showing good cricket sense here. Knows when to get into top gear. We also mentioned there is a little, it's good to see Carmichael getting back some form after quite a horrible situation in the one-day game.
Right, yep.
But a little disappointment that I didn't see Cummins just continuing, not having a good first innings here. He has been outstanding in the one-day games, and perhaps you can over-expect performances from some players.
Yeah.
But Mayers, he was a standout in the one-day and has come back here
and
missed the first game. But I was a little disappointed in terms of Tector, I guess. Knowing what Tector, the brothers, what is his capacity, his experience.
Yeah, the young man's had a horrible tour, really, and we were surprised, especially Marley was talking how he never got the ball, so whether he's carrying something or whatever.
Well, perhaps.
But they've certainly got something to work with, and you got to remember foreign conditions. They're out in the hot sun that they're not used to, and I think Vernon was saying that the series was set up something like 11 days out of 18.
Yes.
So that that's
quite a lot of cricket.
A big workload.
Yes, quite a lot of cricket. 3 one-day matches and then 2 4-day matches. 11 days of cricket spread over 18 days.
Right.
Not a lot of time for rest and relaxation.
And it's just unfortunate that the batting hasn't clicked together. Like they've showed patches. They've had a couple of 100-run partnerships. They've fought themselves out of a couple of bad situations. But whilst both teams have been having collapses, their collapses, the difference between the two teams, the West Indian Academy boys, they always seem to find somebody to get them out of the hole, whereas unfortunately with Ireland, once a couple of wickets start to fall, they tend to taper off pretty quickly. But it's all learning, it's all development for them. And as Boyd Rankin was saying, they don't get enough red ball cricket, so they're making the most of this opportunity, and hopefully there'll be a reciprocal tour of this, but also that this Ireland Emerging or Ireland Academy team can go other places.
And for viewers, while we were very brief about the West Indies Academy, we do give recognition Akeem O'Geese for a well-played half-century. Also, Teddy Bishop, who got close to 100 in the first game, didn't get there. Fell short by 6. Dropped.
He had that before he took it straight to the extra cover fielder there. Would have been another soft dismissal.
Yes.
Just pushed to him really, and he spilt it.
Yes, unfortunately for Irish when things are against you. So we have seen those performances. We have also seen Naeem Young. But these are what, as we say, we've come to expect of certain players. Naeem Young, you know, Teddy Griffith. But those who really stepped up the extra gear would have been that Thorne and Anderson.
Well played this time by Wickham, just rolling it down to third man for a single. He moves up to 87, the score 287 for 7. Yeah, and that's a lead of 541. But with the academy boys, I mean, you got to remember too, though, that they've been together now a good solid couple of years.
Yes,
they know each other well, and they're in the groove. You know, they've been playing some wonderful cricket this season.
Pretty much a top-notch initiative by CWI. I believe Jimmy Adams, the former director of cricket, would have had a hand in this. I also think Graham West would have also had a hand in this.
Exactly. Yeah.
And, you know, you don't get the result immediately, but when you recognize that you're at a low ebb and you create a mechanism or a system, put a system in place to ensure that growth and development takes place, because it's not just development, but it's growth.
Right.
I think now the Ray and Griffith team, now they have an opportunity to measure the growth, to direct who should go to the top tier, to develop those who need to refine to get to the top tier, and then to decide who else may need to come into this system. Well, Mally Richards is going to come into the commentary after this over. And it was a pleasure, Terry. And
Mally, likewise. 287 for 7 at the end of the over, with Kevin Wickham on 87 and McKinney Clark on 7, lead of 541. And just to finish off with that topic that Seth was talking about with the West Indies Academy, just like to see them now, as we said, maybe have a reciprocal tour to Ireland or another country and just play in different conditions, foreign conditions. They obviously know these conditions backward. It's like their backyard. As I say, a very good morning to Marley Richards.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning to everyone.
Frost will continue from the northern end. 29 overs he's bowled, 2 for 117. Wickham just trying to run that down third man area again. Doesn't make contact. Well taken by Captain Doheny. So West Indies Academy. You're looking at a lunch declaration if they're not bowled out. About half an hour to go before the luncheon break on this, the third day.
As you said, a lot of work for Mike Frost in his 55th over in this match. Mainly bowled from the CIU road end. He's just kept twirling away, hasn't he?
Most definitely. Stuck to his task very well. Looks like a reverse sweep attempted there by Wickham. It goes through everything and everybody. And just amble a bye. So that takes the score up to 288 for 7. The lead 542.
An important innings this from Kevin Wickham.
Yes.
He was under a bit of pressure. Been having a few starts, not really going on.
Tossed up that time by Frost. Well fielded in the cover region.
If you look at his first class record into his 7th game, that 100 that we would have seen in the Headley Week series earlier up in the year. No half centuries and just 13 away from what would be quite a fine second first class 100 here at the CCG as well.
But an excellent knock considering the way he's gone about it and the fact that, you know, since that 100, as you talk about, Marley, he's had a lot of scores in the 30s and 40s and just been giving it away, getting himself out.
He got half century as well.
as another Frost over comes to an end. So at the end of the 67th over here at Coolidge, West Indies Academy in their second innings, 289 for 7, with Kevin Wickham on 87. McKenny Clark is on 8, and the lead is 543.
I think what's encouraging, even though it's not the most pressurized situation in the game, but for him personally, it was quite a high pressure innings in terms of the circumstances surrounding it. We spoke about the stats he was making.
Right.
And even last night, just seemed a little nervy, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Just told you that he really wanted to get a score and be out there, and he got through that period. And what was nice to see here today, it's just how he's gone through the gears.
Yes, yes.
It's really upped it and really shown the class that we want to see a bit more consistently from him.
Nice shot there by McKenny Clark, straight back past the bowler for a single down to long on. Yeah, but the fact that obviously he was aware that he needs a score, he needs to spend time at the crease.
And the coaching staff as well.
Right.
They were very aware of a few of the batters. You think of Bowen Tuckett, Akeem Ogis, very beneficial, him bringing up his maiden first class half century as well.
For sure.
So these guys have got a lot of positive benefits from this series. Naeem Young, his maiden first class. What happened there?
Funny appeal. Oh, full ball there by Miz and dug out by Wickham, but it struck McKenny Clark. It just rolled along the ground. It struck McKenny Clark as he took off for the single and went back onto the stumps.
A little cheeky back heel from McKenny Clark.
Yeah.
There, showing some football skill.
I think fielded down here at long on, thought he'd appeal. Nice stroke again by Clark. Up to long on for another easy single.
Yeah, I was saying Naeem Young as well. Skipper bringing up his maiden first class half century in that first inning. So
and look good.
Very beneficial for these West Indies Academy in terms of their careers and just forging ahead in a positive manner. Spare a thought for Tom Mays, though.
I was going to say
9 wickets in the match.
Yeah,
looking for
all day.
Yeah,
and continues to put in a big effort.
looking for another 5 for here in the second innings after picking up 5 for 64. If I'm 65 in the first innings. 5 for 64, I was correct. Now he's got 4 for 65 from his 16.4.
Yep, so 9 for the match. Excellent effort.
Every now and again he just produces a Jaffa, doesn't he?
He does.
We were saying this yesterday, especially with the new ball in hand. Something with a bit of extra pace, swing, maybe a bit of bounce. Oh, he's dropped again. That's
Same
2 in a
guy.
row.
Yeah, a bit sharper that time, but still quite a simple catch there at short extra cover.
I
And
think
he might have done himself some damage.
Yeah, probably just burst through the hands there and hit him in the face. But I think probably just a bit more embarrassed than anything, to be fair. Not sure it's done too much damage. Oh, it's Murray Cummins, number 11. So he's probably going to have to go through some concussion protocol here. But yeah, it's the same man who would have put down the catch in the previous over in that same position. This one, as you said, Terry, just a bit, came to him a bit quicker.
Yeah, it was hit a lot firmer than the first one.
At this level, you got to take that.
Definitely. It still should have been caught, but it's busted right through and hit him in the forehead, by the look of it.
So, a second opportunity for Tom Mays.
And I think he whacked the back of his head too when he fell on the ground.
When he fell as well.
Yeah.
So, all round, just got himself in a bit of a tangle there. of Murray Cummins. Let's hope he's okay for the second innings, because they're going to need him in terms of saving this match, the Irish Academy. I think he's going to go off.
Yeah, he doesn't look too well.
Especially someone who would have played a bit of test cricket, originally from South Africa, played a bit of first-class cricket in South Africa as well. You expect that to be gobbled up. Looks like Fionn Hand is going to be the replacement, number 24. Let's just hope Murray Cummins isn't too dinged up there and he can take his place in this Irish batting lineup a bit later on.
Yes, because if they're, as I'm sure they will be, looking to save the match, he will play a very important role for them.
Like we've been saying all through this series, what we've seen from the Irish is they go as far as Murray Cummins takes them in terms of their batting.
Right, yes.
Lead just 2 away now from a mammoth 550. Not saying 548 isn't mammoth.
Turned nicely by Wickham into the mid-wicket area. Comfortable single. It goes into the 90s. He's on 90 now. 295 for 7.
Yeah, and as you guys, I was listening to the discussion a bit earlier on stream, and you do just anticipate the West Indies Academy either, even now at this stage, just 20 minutes or so till lunch. Probably just bat through to lunch, regardless. Wickham either gets to 100 or the lunch interval comes, and I expect them fully to declare.
Yes, yeah.
At the lunch interval and come back out looking to knock over this Irish Academy batting lineup.
Yes, and as we were saying yesterday, that will give them, 5 sessions to knock them over? They scored rather quickly this morning, though, Mane, 123 so far for the session. That's a big drive there through the mid-wicket area, over the top again by Wickham. 6 more.
He's going to go for it in this over, I think. Moves on to 96 now.
Yes.
That strong area. He's particularly strong in a wide, long on, Concussion or mid-wicket area, isn't he?
Definitely, and he certainly gives it a bounce.
Yeah, he does.
Right up the embankment there.
Just 4 away now. Pretty similar to Kevlin Anderson in terms of all their first-class hundreds being scored at the CCG. Just the 1 for Wickham, 2 for Kevlin Anderson. Wickham approaching his second. He's got 4 deliveries here. Tossed up, driven sweetly. Quite content just to take the 1.
Yes, good batting. Moves to 97, brings McKenny Clark back on strike. He's on 11, 300 is up, 302 for 7. Carmichael Lane, the covers firing a return back in.
As a spare of thought for skipper Stephen Doheny, who will be out in the field on every single day as well of this match.
Never gets a break? No.
Never really. We were speaking about it yesterday. When he's gone high. He's gone high, but has he hold out? Oh, it's dropped safe. McKenny Clark looking to go over the mid-wicket boundary there. To take more of a top edge than anything. Got a bit of height, more height than distance.
Taking his chances, but he's obviously been sent out there to play this type of innings.
And he looks quite good when he's playing straight, isn't he?
Definitely. In fact, Mali, you could say, even though he's a frontline bowler, he hits the ball as well as anybody when he plays it straight.
Yeah, you can see the potential as well of him, as he said, even though he's a quickie. Just contributing low order runs, which is so valuable.
Most definitely, and that's what you want to see too, that your lower order contributes, because there will be days that you won't be in a position of such strength as they are here today, but they'll need lower order runs, either chasing or surviving.
And that's the thing we were speaking about yesterday as well. Long gone are the days of the one-dimensional cricketer.
Exactly.
You have to be able to contribute in more than one dimension. 3 is an absolute bonus. I think.
Yep, but at least 2.
At least 2.
That's nicely cut away by Clark. Sweeper on the cover point boundary. Does a good job to restrict it to 1.
You think of a Hayden Walsh, genuine 3-dimensional cricketer.
Yeah.
Really contributes in the field, also with his bowling and his batting, but in the field, you know, can really turn a half chance into a full one. Looks to affect run-outs. It's really quick up across the ground. Puts his body on the line. Truly 3-dimensional.
Played nice and straight there by Wickham, as just couldn't retrieve it on his follow through. So Kevin Wickham goes to 98.
Still hunting 5 here. Mays. He's also shown good stamina.
Excellent stamina
throughout this match.
It was almost 25 overs in the first innings. He's up into his 18th now.
Yep.
He's got 9 for the match, so he's got the rewards.
Can't fault the effort of the seamers. Our own. That one just scoots through a bit low.
Been a couple of those today, or a couple throughout the match at that particular end.
The Irish wouldn't want to see too much of that, to be fair, especially with the pace Isaiah Thorne has been bowling at in this series. They'd want to see more consistent bounce, especially from this end. It seems to be the end in which Isaiah Thorne favours as well. This media centre end.
Wide one, keeps a little low again. Couple of bounces through to Dahini.
I think you guys were talking, you and Seth, actually. Seth and yourself were speaking about maybe some of the standout performances on both teams in the previous stint. And I couldn't help but just think as well, I've got to give kudos to Joshua Bishop, who across
the board, really.
Really, I think, is the standout player in this series, both bat and ball. Just a bit of shape there from Mays. That's what we were talking about. At times, just find something extra. Not enough to get through the gap of McKenny Clark. Takes the inner half, comes through for the single. The lead is 560. No, McKenny Clark moves on to 14. Yes. And Kevin Wickham just 2 away.
And he's got a 1 delivery left to face in this over. See if he can.
No one in the 30-yard circle on the onside. Everyone back on the boundary. Wide.
It's gone. It takes the edge. Diving Doheny can't grasp it. Low down to his right, and 4 runs. Century to Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, brilliant century to Kevin Wickham. Got there in quite a fortuitous fashion. Not sure that carried through to Captain Doheny. Probably just bounced just before him, but you can tell Kevin Wickham really pleased with that effort That 4 takes him on to 102. His second first-class century. His second here at the CCG. And just like his teammate Kevlin Anderson, his second for the West Indies Academy.
Yes, excellent century there. Well done to the young man. Kevin Wickham, 102 of 105 deliveries.
So we're just seeing the benefit of this initiative as you guys were speaking about. Really seeing the batsmen make use of the opportunity afforded to them.
310 for 7 now is the score. 564 is the lead. But you were talking about Joshua Bishop and his all-round performance as Frost comes in to start a new over.
Yeah, I expect fireworks here as well. I expect things to just heat up slightly now with Kevin Wickham going past his 100.
But I was going to say, before that wonderful century he made in the first match here of the 4-day series. And we were saying he gave a small glimpse of his
batting ability,
right,
especially in the Super 50, right.
But I was talking to Leeward Islands Cricket Board Chairman of Selectors, Samuel Best Spencer, the other day, and he was telling me that, and that's slammed by McKenny Clark, high, wide, handsome, over the mid-wicket area, 6 more.
Love the footwork there from McKenny Clark, similar to his captain, Naeem Young, the way he just got back, used the depth of the crease, was quick on his feet, deposited that high and handsome over that mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Definitely excellent use of the crease there.
And he's also a fantastic athlete, McKenny Clark. I watched him chase a few balls around the boundary, so quick across the ground.
Moves on to 21, 318 for 7. But yes, Spence was telling me that the Chief Media Officer here at CWI, Philip Spooner, was saying that they all saw him in Barbados in the leagues, in the first-class competition in Barbados, where he did a similar thing. Joshua Bishop with his bat in.
Just looks to dominate when he comes in.
But very clean hitting, though, wasn't it?
Very clean.
Yeah, and proper
Nothing really
shots.
unorthodox.
No.
I think what he'll have to do is just adjust his game slightly. Something that we saw the Irish do to him in terms of their line of attack. Just going slightly wider out of his hitting zone.
Yep.
They would have learnt from that first match. Not allowing him to really get that bottom hand, that strong bottom hand, bring that bottom hand into play. And
we were just talking about McKenny Clark, but using the depth of the crease, he did that very well.
Josh Bishop as well.
Yeah,
good footwork, but also he's got the ball on a string more often than not when he's bowling. He's a real handful. I can tell you the Irish guys have been speaking about him a lot. They haven't really gotten a measure of him at all in this series.
True.
You just find it tough. Find him a real tough proposition, especially with ball in hand.
We were talking yesterday, wasn't it, how he has that ability to get the ball to dip
very
at the
quickly.
right time.
Yeah. Varies his pace quite nicely.
So 324-7 West Indies Academy as we approach lunch on day 3. Lead is 574. Kevin Wickham completed his century. He's on strike to Mays. Mays looking for his second fifer for the match. And that stroked beautifully straight back past the bowler. And just cut off on the rope, so they just take the single. They're still putting in the Irish, though, in the field.
Yeah, you expect that from the fighting Irish. It's almost a part of their DNA.
True.
They're going to fight till the end.
321 for 7. Kenny Clark comes into the strike. He's on 22. Goes for a big one. and well taken by Carmichael running around there from cover.
So he picks up his second 5 for 10 wickets in the match for Tom Mays. Kudos to the young man. Kept running in.
Definitely.
And he's reaped the rewards of his efforts.
And that looks like about it. As West Indies Academy have declared just a couple of minutes before lunch, so lunch will be taken. As they've only got 5 minutes, 10 minutes for change of innings turnover. So lunch will be taken here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with the West Indies Academy declaring in their second innings on 3:21 for 8. Well bowled there to Tom Mez. 10 for the match, 5 for 75 to go along with his 5 for 64 in the first innings. West Indies Academy declaring on 3:21 for 8. And that's an overall lead of 575 runs with Kevin Wickham, the talk of the town this morning, unbeaten on 105. So when we return in about 45 minutes time here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, West Indies Academy will be looking to wrap things up and take a clean sweep of this 4-day first-class match. Island Academy will require a very improbable 576 or to bat out the 5 sessions remaining in the match to save the match. And until then, enjoy your lunch and join us in about 40 minutes.
Well, welcome back, and we're delighted to join you after lunch. And the reality is that the Irishmen are there. Marley Richard, they are about to bat, but the chase, they require 579 runs. That's improbable. I don't want to use the word impossible, but if we were even to go into the annals of Test cricket and realize that 480 remains the record, you would look at the Irish team and you would say, best of luck. But the man in charge is McKenny Clark.
Starts just outside that off stump. They've really can't afford to put too much pressure on themselves in this situation. As you said, an improbable score of 5-7-6 required for the Irish to win. They've got to take it ball by ball.
That's right.
Session by session. Can't afford to look too far ahead. Just play the here and now. And at the end of the day, analyze just where they are in the match. But really, no pressure really on them in terms of time.
Well, straight.
Oh, it's dropped.
Oh, I thought straight away the West Indies would have been celebrating. But it was a bit, do you say was it difficult?
Yeah, it was.
Running away, the ball was running away from him and into the breeze.
Over his
which
shoulder.
becomes another factor.
Yeah, quite difficult to judge those at times. But just what the West Indies would have wanted, a chance being offered early by James McCullum on this occasion.
Well, they get off the mark, but get off the mark in the dark. Nevertheless,
we saw McKenny Clark pick up a wicket with a similar delivery in the first inning, short, wide outside the off stump. Not maybe his best delivery. And he's nicked off this time, though. Massive edge. I heard it here.
Finally, the decision comes.
Yeah, Maria Abbott took a bit of time to give that one, but we heard the massive sound,
Yes.
big sound of an edge in our earphones here from the stump mic.
And the deflection was clear.
So that chance hasn't cost them too much, has it?
No.
Comfortable take by Colin Bowen Tuckett. McKenny Clark finding that area. Fuller in length. And disaster, really, for the Irish.
Not a good start at all. McKenny Clark celebrates Tuckett. He was so confident he didn't even appeal. He was just running up, knowing that he would have claimed the catch. Disappointment there on the part of McCullum. Really needed to discipline himself. I got the impression even from the first stroke that he was in that white ball mode, because that stroke he was trying to glide the ball, in my opinion, down to third man. It may have gotten on him a little bit, went out to point, and he was dropped, got 2 runs, and then he was a bit uncertain to me in his approach, in his defensive approach, losing his wicket, and in comes Cade Carmichael to join the captain, Stephen Deherney.
Yeah, tough match for James McCullum. Only picked up 4 in the first innings, just 2, and he would have been dropped, picking up those 2 runs as well. Junior Sinclair on the field. Not sure if he's on the field for Captain Naeem Young. Someone will be off the field here.
I think Young is on. He's at mid-on.
It's Young at mid-on. Not sure who he's replacing. It looks like Kevin Wickham, the Centurion from the second innings. It's Cade Carmichael, though, at the crease. Just a bit of shape again for McKenny Clark. Bit skiddy as well. Here on day 3. Interesting to see just how quick this pitch plays. We were saying maybe today could be the quickest day in terms of pace. I think Isaiah Thorne will be a good indicator of that when he takes the ball.
And Isaiah Thorne, he's saying he enjoys bowling on this pitch. He gets good responses.
Yeah, it must be so much better than bowling on those dusty pitches in Guyana.
Well, he did note that, not to put him on any pressure with the Guyanese, but he noted there's a difference.
Oh, marked
there's
difference.
some pitches that would just encourage you. There are others that you would say you can't go full throttle, at least consistently. And he's definitely a bright prospect. And I think the good thing, they brought him into this game. We didn't see him in the one-day series. So they're seeing him as someone in whom, potentially could make his way.
Him, yeah, especially in the longer format. He would have played the Test as well on the under 19 tour of Sri Lanka.
That's right.
He's played quite a bit of one-day cricket as well. He's in the CCC squad, Regional Super 50. Punchy, again from Cade Carmichael. End of a successful over. 1 wicket down for the Irish. They're 2 for 1.
What do you make of McKinney Clark? Good bowler. I get the sense from his run-up, the initial part of his run-up, there's a sort of a little jog and escape, and I'm wondering how does that affect the momentum flow or the capacity for the bowler perhaps to get an extra yard or two in.
And his rhythm, you can tell that's the area of his bowling in which he's just struggling with slightly, is that run-up and getting the right rhythm. Maybe just trying to find the right distance as well in which to run up from, so he can have that, as you said, required momentum upon hitting the crease. McKinney Clark. Customary though. Skipper Naeem Young, number 7, with the new ball in hand from this media centre end. Something we've grown accustomed to seeing. If it's a first-class match here, you probably see Naeem Young with the new ball from the media centre.
Question for you again. Naeem Young not at the pace. Is it a matter that Torn may not love to bowl the new ball? Would you have gone all out?
I think it's quite
at the start of the innings?
Yeah, I think at this stage, Naeem Young's probably the guy that could make best use of it at this stage of his career. Time as quick as Thorne is, at times, he just maybe not quite as consistent in his lines and lengths. Bowls a more varied length as well, more often than not. He goes for the Yorkers, hammers it in the pitch as well. So you probably, even though you question it, you see why Naeem Young takes the new ball, and he's always successful with it. He tends to take a couple wickets early as well.
And he's more controlled, as you mentioned. The issue also with the new ball is that oftentimes the grip is not as easy. The sheen remains there. Takes special skill and experience to manage that.
In a half of the bat this time. So Captain Downey is away. Once again, he's out there fighting on day 3. He's been out in the field on every day of this match so far.
Well,
tough work.
Yeah, you're the captain.
Leading
and
from
again
the
with
front.
the gloves and the pads on.
So much responsibility, isn't it? It must take a toll after a while. Mentally, physically.
Well, he would have a good time to rest when they get back to Ireland.
It's winter, that part of the world now. That one just scooted a bit low down. Not good signs for the Irish. We did mention this a bit earlier in the day. Saw Tom Mays bowling from this end. And the ball just at times scooting through.
Yes, and it's just on the off stump.
Well played.
Yes.
To be fair to Captain Dowen, he kept his eyes on that one. But just to touch on that new ball, sometimes we expect the quickest bowlers to actually take the new ball, when in fact they themselves actually favor a slightly older ball.
Yes.
Ball maybe 10 overs older, so
I guess we've been spoiled by the West Indies of former days. So many of our measurables, our focus on what should be the key performance indicators are based on the success of that outstanding team.
And I think that's a gift and a curse, to be fair, when you think about it.
Yes, because there was just so many quicks. At times, one may just bowl faster than the other. One may be more consistent with pace than the other. It's 4 for 1 after 2 overs. emerging island under pressure here, needing 572 more runs for an improbable victory.
Yeah.
And we're just after lunch here. Third over after lunch is just about to start. But back about the new ball thing, I remember, well, you'd have had, why I mentioned the West Indies, you regard that any 4 of those quicks playing on that day, one could bowl faster than the other based on the conditions, based on the rhythm, based on the end you're bowling from, and it really didn't matter.
And also, they would have to have shown an adaptability. As you would have said, there would have been maybe a couple would have been accustomed taking the new ball for their territory.
That's right.
And then when in the West Indies team, you're probably first or second change. It's gone full there. Probably just sneaking down the
leg
side.
side it was. It's got to take a lot of batting here.
And some. Interesting to see if Murray Cummins will actually take his place in this lineup. Went off the field. Concussion protocol. One burst through their hands while at extra cover while attempting to take a catch. Was hit on the head, landed quite hard as well on the back of the head. Took a tumble.
And he is a critical member of that batting lineup. When he fails, things seem to go awry for the Irishmen. So he will be, I guess, it may be when he comes. Maybe that could even work in his favor, him coming a little bit.
Number 3 batsman at the crease, though, Cade Carmichael picked up that half century on debut in that first match.
That's right.
Looked quite good doing so. Quite compact, punchy in nature. Was quite positive as well in the first innings. Top scored with 39 for the Irish. It's just got to be careful though, especially with those balls just slightly wide of that off stump. Well set field, points actually behind square, quite deep. It was in the first innings, Captain Stephen Dowen, he found that man there in that point region.
If we were to look at the boxes that the academy would have ticked in the 4-day game, successive scores of 300 in this game would have been an improvement.
Oh, it's a beauty. Perfect. Maybe just a trifle shot, but that's the area from McKenny Clark. Just a bit of shape as well, going away, drawing the batsman forward.
Real good bowling. The beauty of the southern side of Antigua.
To be fair, I think he's just a bit down on pace as well, McKenny Clark. We've seen him really hurry up some batters here in the West Indies. As we said, maybe just struggling for that rhythm as he's working on that run-up. Hasn't yet found that consistency. The aim is what he's looking for, is to put that ball right back in that same area.
Yes, he's trained down the leg side a bit after the follow-up delivery.
And the length just varies a bit too much as well at this stage for my liking. It's either really full and he hits that area, then too short.
And the commendation you still have to give to him, because from St. Lucia, you'd ask the question, in terms of fast bowlers, he doesn't have a lot of options to look to. And that could be in itself a challenge. Earlier, Vernon and I, we were talking about the emergence of cricketers from St. Martin. And when I look at Carty, it is 5 for 1 after 3. I was saying he doesn't have much to push against him to get that extra competitive edge. You know, McKenny Clark may be in a similar situation. We have not seen as much coming out of St. Lucia in terms of fast bowling. You look at Teddy Griffith. I keep saying Griffith.
Bishop.
Forgive me, Teddy Bishop. But he doesn't have as much in the Grenada setup. Yes, Junior Murray is there. Devon Smith is there. How much does he have to push against in terms of not only the former, but in terms of the present crop. So when you see these youngsters really move to the top of their game and look to have that level of promise, and they're not in a setup with another territorial level, sometimes it could be a challenge. So commendation for their movement forward.
I think Casey Carty is actually an interesting one when you analyze that whole situation. I think, especially St. Martin cricket, the impact of a John Archibald on cricket in St. Martin. John Archibald, former Leeward Islands player, coach.
That's a big point, Marley.
Yeah,
that a lot of people overlook.
Yeah, and also the regularity in which he would have been playing tournaments, going up against quite a formidable Antiguan team in that time as well. They've gone a long way in helping to develop a lot of the guys around the Leewards in terms of that competition.
That's important, to drive you to the cutting edge, to the top of your game.
Oh, that's a crack. Absolute cracker there. A bit of bounce as well. So if you take into account that one has just scooted through a little low in the previous over, and now here just a bit of extra bounce. Wow.
See the challenges for batters.
The signs are looking ominous for the Irish.
Well, at lunchtime, a couple of them said to me that they're going to bat out the day.
Well,
they said, you're coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, that should be the intention. For sure. It's bat time in this situation. At this stage, okay, Carmichael's been lured into a few drives, few naughty drives outside the off stump.
And it's not an easy length either, because it's a length that you think is really a drivable length.
It's not quite there.
Not quite there. And then the sort of unpredictability of the bounce there. Do you defend? Do you go through with the drive? That must be going through his mind.
I think that's something that's an issue at times for Brandon King at the top of the West Indies order in the white ball format. This one swung away to fine leg for a single. As strong as he is on the drive and loves to hit the ball at the top of the bounce, does get into trouble trying to go after, especially balls that look drivable to him but aren't quite there. Especially when he's not a man that gets the biggest of striding.
That's right.
Just tends to just get himself in trouble, especially when the ball is just moving around slightly.
And this morning I was even making the point about Shai Hope. Though Vernon sort of saw it may be a difference between preference. Get back to that.
Aerial, but in the gap. He's going to pick up 4 runs. So Downey picks up his first boundary.
And that's what he was looking for. That's the shot, getting the right length. And didn't really even have to do much, just positioned himself well, got the ball between the gap. But the point I was making about Shai Hope in terms of such a talented one-day player, his conversion to Test cricket, I mean, has not been as smooth. And there may be a couple of technicalities when you compare the differences. Ooh, that one kept low.
At times, one-day cricket, especially white ball cricket, the end of that young over, a good one, Irish Academy are 10 for 1. I think at times, one-day cricket can just be a bit more of a choreographed affair as opposed to Test cricket.
That's right.
And I think when you've got that experience as well that Shai Hope's had over the years, you understand the choreographed nature of it, and you just play accordingly, especially with fielding restrictions, only allowed a certain amount of bouncers and the like.
And beyond that, you got to seldom have the luxury in in ODI with 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and that particular area where he scores runs. All that comes into play.
But it is a bit of a conundrum, really, just why he isn't a little more successful in that format, to be fair. Because it started so well, those twin hundreds in England, but...
And those are the most difficult conditions.
Yeah, in those conditions as well, against the top attack at the time.
So the players have to work on multiple facets of the game, and work that out with the coach.
I think mainly it's just his back foot play, isn't it? How he tackles the short ball and his mode of going about it, and trying to stay as positive as possible as well, because the way we see him batting one-day cricket, he's actually, when you look at his record, he's up there with the greats.
That's right, in terms of his one-day record.
Right at the top,
yes, an average of 51. You're not getting that easily. 16 centuries already at this stage of his career. You know, there were some who were saying, okay, but some of them were against emerging teams, etc., etc. But I'm not biting that bullet. But as you say, to convert that to success.
I think the low rung of his ceiling, really, Shai Hope should be averaging 35, and that's just on the lower end. This one's been hit straight, a bit aerial, but in the gap, Carmichael, he gets his first boundary now as well. He moves to 6. The score is 14 for 1.
You mentioned about it being aerial, and we saw a similar situation with the Hurney the previous over. They usually play those drives in the air. I'm wondering if that is still an element of the white ball that is still in their mind, rather than the fact that now it's red ball cricket, I need to get it on the ground.
And they're trying to make a statement here as well, trying to stay positive. This one's been timed though.
Yes.
Sweetly. In that gap, in between that mid-wicket and mid-on. Raced away.
He tripped that off nicely. The on-drive, not the easiest. Right on the leg stump.
As well.
Excellent. And he just rolled the wrist over that one. You're making the point. They want to stay positive. They have to go. I mean, if they are really looking at getting the other 558, they would be. We know that is a long way off. But as you mentioned, they want to make a statement. And each individual batter would want to have the satisfaction that, in spite of the challenge in total, that they would come out with something top-notch in the final innings, the final innings of the series.
No.
Even at times in the first innings, we saw Cade Carmichael look to take Isaiah Thorne on when he bowled short as well. So he's definitely got that positive attitude. He's got a bit about him. Looks quite good off the front foot and the back foot. Plays that pull. Looks to play that pull shot.
And that is something, one of the trademarks you'd see of outstanding players. Loving that pull shot, loving that cut shot.
Especially to be a good player against genuine pace.
That's right.
That's in the gap though. No third slip.
And it went high. It would have been trouble for a gully or a third slip. It would have been a challenge. It would have climbed over the head. If you were very tall, maybe you could have gotten a hand to it, but still good delivery from McKinney Clark, searching for success outside the off stump. But what we have seen, another 4 coming from the over at the end of 5, 22 for 1.
Yeah, slightly fortuitous, but as we say, fortune favors the brave. 3 boundaries coming in that over from McKinney Clark. Good to see the Irish fighting back somewhat. At least they've not sunken into their shell, have they? They've come out and still look to be positive. Think of the shots that even James McCullum would have looked to have played early. Dropped off that first ball.
Well, when you would have made 72 in the first innings, you're 22 for 1. You already see a trajectory of improvement.
Especially when you've been out in the field as long as they have in this match. They spent the majority of their time in the field. That's chasing the leather. So
would you have expected a little more aggression from the West Indies in terms of the field placement with the huge total in? You did mention the point fielder was really deep. In the previous over, there was no third slip.
Both teams have been quite reluctant, actually, to really plug that third slip area.
Especially when you have so much runs to play with.
It would have been taken some catching, that's for sure. As you said, he went quite high, but if third slip was in that position, definitely could have gotten a hand.
That's right.
To that one.
Parrying up. So I think I would love to see that's the element of the West Indies Academy leadership that I think some more attention could be paid to. Dealing with the game situation and the field setting. Using it to get a...
once again, just keeping down. Just the captain Doherty looking to play with a straight bat.
The good thing is that he kept his eye on it to the end. So he was not drawn into a false choke or drawn into the drive early. But he was... But I think he's thinking the game. He realizes this area is an area of uncertainty. Therefore, let me not commit to the shot too early. But the point is, I think I want to see them drive home the advantage as a West Indian team.
Once again, just a bit of bounce. Side that off stump. So there is an area there that when he hits it just gutters through. A lot lower than the batsman anticipate.
And as I mentioned, it's that area just about off stump. So you could be trapped LBW. That's an option that comes into play. Well. Bold. So, and Young knows it, so he wants to exploit it.
He's got the ability as well just to bring that ball back. That one just held its line outside that off stump. So also he's got the ability to move the ball both ways. Bit of swing away from the right-hander and seam back into right-handed batsman.
Marley, what would you consider your standout moments or performances throughout the series?
Well, over the series, Terry were talking about this as well. I'd say Joshua Bishop would probably have been the standout player across both teams in terms of limited overs and the matches.
He got the Man of the Series award for the 3 one-day matches, and also the Man of the Match in the first of the 4-day games.
Yeah, he really spun a web, and speaking to a few of the guys in the backroom staff, the Irish batters have just really struggled to get a measure of him in particular. Obviously, Isaiah Thorne.
Yes.
That spell in particular on the third morning, blowing away the Irish Academy, that was a real standout performance. Kevin Wickham picking up 100. Kevlin Anderson actually, for his consistency.
Yes, very consistent.
Level-headed nature, the way he goes about his game.
And it's good for Wickham in this game because, as you said, getting the second first-class 100, that matters this early.
Yeah, in his career.
Yeah.
It's taken. For a second, I thought maybe that was big enough. It had gotten a bit big for Matthew Nandu. It would have evaded him in that extra cover region, but he adjusted quite well to take that catch. And not the greatest delivery again from McKenny Clark, but picking up his second.
It's almost like deja vu from the first delivery. Though it was the first, the batter played it square of the wicket. There was that intent to get the ball to splice off with the pace, but on that occasion, it was a bit shorter, and he played it a bit too early for my liking, and then it was like gifting the wicket away, Cade Carmichael.
Yeah, you were talking about limited overs, probably just creeping in, and that stroke in particular, with all the time in the world, really, to bat. It's a bit of a T20 or one-day stroke there, short ball outside the off stump. Just managing to clough it, really didn't find the middle. It's probably aiming a bit squarer. As he said, it was probably a bit early through that one. But Nandu took a fine catch at extra cover.
Dive into his right. Nandu, we spoke about the other players. Matthew Nandu showed that resilience during the one-day matches. Has the temperament to stick around And I think, he could well do with some growth in his game.
Just in terms of his fluency, yesterday he actually came out and looked very fluent. His movements, as I said, he was very fluid in his movements, back and forward on that front foot. Played a few spanking drives early in his innings, but just managed to get out against the run of play almost. That leading edge, probably just looking to play a bit too square was Matthew Nandu. It's Tim Tector though, in at number 4 here.
He would want to get some runs. He
Definitely.
would want to make a big statement.
Probably suggesting that Murray Cummins is just feeling the effects of that fall, or the ball actually bursting through the hands.
If it's the ball, it may be more detrimental. If it's the fall, you'd expect that he would get over it.
He kind of slammed the back of his head, so I think that's really the main issue in terms of the concussion protocols. Hands actually provided, was just a bit of a momentum stopper in the end. Didn't break the skin or anything. It didn't seem like there was any blood or anything on the face, so they're going to need him though, that's for sure. Tim Tector in at number 4. Only 2 runs for him on this whole tour. 3 ducks in the limited overs, 2 in the first innings of this match. Didn't play in match 1. Oh, that's a good leave. Left that on length, actually.
But good bowling on the part of Clark. That one was rising over the stumps. And good carry to tuck it.
Be careful about leaving those balls on length on this
That's
pitch,
right.
as we started to see a bit of inconsistent bounce.
I guess more on the other
yes,
end
especially
rather
from
than
the
this.
Media center end. The end in which Naeem Young is operating from. So that rhythm seems to be a bit better here in the second innings from Kenny Clark. Overstepped a couple of times in that first innings as well, early in his spell. But here, managing to keep that front foot behind the line.
Spraying it away at the end of over number 7. Kenny Clark 2 for 15. The main reason why the Island emerging players are all 2s, 22 for 2. Marley, your comments, and then Terry Laraji.
Yeah, Kenny Clark has done the damage here today. So far, actually, with his 2 for 15. The Irish probably just surrendering their wickets a little soft in this circumstance, in this situation. Just playing to save the game here. Improbable 554 runs still required. 8 wickets in the hutch. Not sure if top run scorer on the Irish in this Irish batting lineup will even take his place today. So problems are mounting.
How are you doing before you disappear?
I'm all good, man. Not too bad.
God bless you, my brother. 22 for 2. Still no third slips, as Mali and Seth was talking. And they've just opted for just a second slip alone. No real attack, as I welcome back my colleague Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yes, it's a bit baffling why they wouldn't have a more attacking field, but we've seen it consistently throughout this match from both teams. That they're rather reluctant to have a third slip in. We're talking when the real pace comes on, Isaiah Thorne, whether you have a short leg or not.
Well, I had to go away, so you'll have to tell me about Wickham's 100.
Oh, it was a lovely 100. Very well executed, took his time, picked his deliveries, played some wonderful cracking shots way over the mid-wicket region, right up on top of the mound over there, or the embankment, and unbeaten at the end of the day.
Guess maybe our pressure here from the commentary booth would have maybe contributed to that. So he stepped up in a very big way. Let's hope that he can continue to be consistent.
Most definitely, because as we know, he's got all the shots in the book plus some, and it's just that consistency, that mindset we often talk about. Turn good-looking 30s, 40s into big scores.
Academy team here, pricing up the champion.
Kept low again. We've seen a few of those today, Vernon, at that particular end.
I think Colin took his eyes off of the ball and didn't get down in the long barrier position. In fact, if you look at his right foot, you would see in terms of what's happening.
26 for 2 over the Academy, chasing a rather improbable 577, 576 to win. But, if they can bat out the remainder of the match, do their confidence a world of good. Well,
that's a beautiful take.
He took that very, very well.
That's like a torpedo take there. He had to take off.
Terrific take.
Good take. It's just a natural keeper, Colin Tuckett. And I think he can only go from strength to strength. The future is going to be interesting to see what's happening in the 4-day competition. How many players, what sort of makeup will the Academy team look like?
And that's risen and played just out of the reach of the gully fieldsman there in Joshua Bishop. Down to the boundary for 4.
Might have needed a 6-foot ladder to get there.
Flew off the bats. Very high over Joshua Bishop, who's not a small lad to begin with. 30 for 2 at the end of the Naeem Young over. He's bowled 4 overs, no wickets for 11. The wicket takers being McKenny Clark. Captain Stephen Doheny's on 10. Tim Tector still yet to get off the mark.
So, interesting times ahead here. And as we would have heard before, 321 for 8 declared by the West Indies Academy in the second innings.
Kenny Clark starting a new over. Just take that out with a short one, and he's well inside the line of that. Lets it go through to the keeper, no run. Still just the 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg for McKenny Clark.
And the 321 for 8. Ogis 75, Nandu 18, Bishop 46, Anderson 4, Colin Boyne Tuckett 6, Naeem Young 32, Joshua Bishop 1, McKenny Clark 22. And the man of the moment who scored his second first-class 100. Missed most of it, but Kevin Wickham, 105 of 108 balls with 6 4s and 5 6s. So that will give him some confidence. He'll get a little break after this, and then he'll move into overdrive to figure out what's going to happen for the 4-day competition.
Yes, certainly, which should come up about the 3rd week of January.
Tector under some real pressure.
Yeah, so he had Had the opportunity to get off the mark that time through mid-wicket, but stays on naught.
And the wicket takers.
Another fifer from
Tom Mayers. Yeah, man, you got to give him some credit. He really worked hard. 18.2 overs, 4 maiden, 75 runs, 5 wickets, 10 in the game. And this is another positive for Ireland cricket.
Excellent returns.
Michael Frost, he went for 136, got 2 from 32 overs. But one will have to understand the context of his role in that massive score.
Yeah, holding role. He was playing most of the match with phenomenal effort, stamina, fitness to keep going, toiling away at one end.
I think his variations also. He was not afraid to flight the ball. Sometimes he over-flighted the ball and he got hit away. But that's good. Torn must be itching to go.
Must be.
It's just I'd love to see Torn really come out with a new ball. Somebody's going to tell me about this concept. I think Naeem Young, yes, but you got the fastest bowler on your team. He has to have that cherry in his hand.
Yeah, you would think so, but not so in this match. In his debut match, he certainly did.
Still motoring on, Terry, about the concept of, following on when they got the chance to go back and bowl after bowling out Ireland for 72. But that's past history now. Maiden over there for McKenny Clark. And Tector, torrid time for him here, Tim Tector.
Torrid time, he found the middle of the bat a couple of times in the last over, but still stuck on naught. He's faced the 11 deliveries now.
From all talks, he is a good player. From all reports from the backroom staff, young guy. So they were really looking for him to, it's just maybe a mindset and a confidence level.
Young will continue from the media center end.
Got to get Torn into the attack.
Yeah. Bowls just 9 overs all, but 2 wickets already down.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure the Irish boys would not be relishing the opportunity of facing him again.
Well, he's been a tormentor. And so you have to use your tormentor. You can't relax. You're 30 for 2, yes, but I would like to... The new ball is completely something different as compared to, when it's 10, 11 overs old and you got a brand new Kookaburra in your hand. You give your fastest bowler, and he's demonstrated that he's going to get wickets. Half volley, clipped away. Torn is after it. He'll stop it. They're thinking about 3. Are they interested? No. The only says, Tector, you're short of form and confidence, so let me take on Naeem Young here.
Yes, nice shot. Just clipped through the mid-wicket area. Takes Doheny onto 12. He too, though, looks a very organised cricketer to me and takes on all the responsibility, wicket keeping, opening, captain.
I think being in the field for so long has taken a toll.
It has to be. Every day so far in this match. That one is left by Doheny. Wide delivery by Naeem Young, so it's captain to captain at the moment.
It's going to be a long day. And if the Irish don't bat properly, this game could finish today. It's going to be interesting to see when Joshua Bishop comes on, how they deal with him. Terry?
Yes, they've been saying that he's another one that's been giving them a lot of trouble. They can't seem to pick him.
But I think the first thing, Terry, is that you have to make that adjustment. One of the things that you have to do is that you have to make an adjustment when you are facing the left arm spinner. So you just got to get a little side on more so that you can see what's happening. I think they're still continuing in their traditional stance, and that to me is what is affecting them.
Slower ball there by Young, but picked up by Doheny. Looks like Calvin Pittman there in the cover region is limbering up. Get his chance to come on the ball, a local hometown boy. Back from injury, of course. That's cut very well by Doheny. Pass point into the boundary, 4 runs. A nice way to finish the over there by Doheny. He moves up to 16. And the score after 10 overs here, 36 for 2. Irish Academy in their second innings, chasing an improbable 576 for victory. As I say, Doheny on to 16. Team Tector yet to score. And looks like we will have a change from the northern end or CIU Road end of the ground. Calvin Pittman will replace McKinney Clark, who's the wicket taker in this inning so far. Good opening spell by him, and let's see if Pittman can back him up. He'll be bowling once again to 2 slips the gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. So here comes Pittman into Tector. Tector chases the first wide delivery and hits it straight to second slip. Pittman strikes with his first ball, was a wide delivery. He should have left it alone. He tried to force it through the offside. No feet movement. Swing of the bat with sharp take there at second slip. And Island Academy lose their third. Tector goes for another naught. So if we include the one-day series, Vernon, naught, 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 2, and naught.
Yeah.
Rough time for the Team Tector. Not always the greatest deliveries get wickets, but wicket nonetheless. Well done to Calvin Pittman. Striking with the first ball of his spell. First ball of the Irish second innings.
So we're back with the action, just to let you know that the Concussion replacement player is Fionn Hand, replacing Murray Cummins. Terry, you were here with the incident.
Yes, he was fielding at short extra cover, and the ball hit firmly to him. Busted through the hands, took him in the forehead, and then as he fell back, he whacked the back of his head on the ground. Which didn't help, of course, and I think that's what led to the precaution being taken. He went off the field straight away. Had a horrid time there at short extra cover. It was the second one he dropped. That one hit firmer to him. Pittman into hand, no ball down the leg side. Good tumbling save there by Bowen Tuckett. Pittman ill-directed that time down the leg side, overcompensating and also overstepping the popping crease.
Got to get his run up right. Got to get his rhythm right. Yeah. Something I said to him already, how you walk is how you run. If you're concentrating, Terry, on all of the other things going around, you got to just remember that. It's muscle memory. Got to look at the target. Sometimes I think he's worrying. It's not fluid enough. That's a lot better. Just look at the stumps. You know, look at the target. You know what you want. Gotta hit that base. You gotta get into that movement. It's almost like in 100 meters, Terry. So when you hear that gun go off, you know what that mission is gonna be. You take off.
Yes, certainly, and he's got the pace to trouble any batsman.
37 for 2. Pittman has picked up a first wicket, second a no ball, third a dot. Let's see what's going to be happening. That's a lot better. Now he's picking up his rhythm. Just got to look at the target. Just look at the target. Keep it simple. Very simple.
Yes, the last two deliveries are better by Pittman.
I think he's just a better bowler, Terry, because he swings the ball very, very, very late. And the short ball is supposed to be a surprise ball, but every now and again, and it's just happens to most young bowlers, they just think that they have to bowl short. See the difference?
Yep.
Attacking the stumps. That's where he's more dangerous. He gets the ball to in-duck.
Almost gets through the defense of hand. At least the field is up today. They haven't got the deep backward square leg as they did in the first innings for Pittman, to encourage him to pitch the ball up a lot more. Attack those stumps, as Vernon is saying.
It's a lot better. Line is different. Just got to keep attacking the stumps. He gets the ball to induct and go away. That's when he's most dangerous. Needs to just look at that target.
Interesting approach by Fionn Hand, though. The way he watches the ball right through, turns round and watches it slap into the keeper's gloves.
There's a lot of chatter taking place here. Fionn Hand under a little bit of pressure from Kevin Wickham. He's just walking away. Yes. Ooh, a little closer. He just got to attack that stump a little more. So, over completed 1 for 1, the no ball. And Kelvin Pittman has started well with a wicket. 37 for 3. And the Irish, they're really going down for the fight here.
Yes, and a good sharp catch there in that second slip of Kim August to get rid of Tim Tector with Kelvin Pittman's first ball. And now we will see Isaiah Thorne taking over from his captain Naeem Young from the commentary box, media center end here at Coolidge. His first opportunity comes in after 11 overs, 37 for 3, with Island Academy captain Stephen Doheny on strike. He's on 16. He's faced the 26 deliveries. Hand has just come in. Wouldn't have been expecting to have a bat today. He's come in as the substitute, concussion substitute. He's still on naught. Thorne will be bowling to Doheny. Still just with the 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover mid-off. That one's turned nicely off the hip by Doheny, down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 17. Score 38 for 3. All about survival, though, of course, for the Irish boys. And so far, wouldn't be happy with the way the game is progressing. After lunch here, West Indies Academy declaring just before lunch with an overall lead of 575 runs. Witnessed a wonderful century this morning. Now for Fionn Hand, Isaiah Thorne brings in the third slip. And that ball just straying down leg side. Another good save there by Bowen Tuckett behind the stumps as it just died on him. The three slips in now for Hand. As I say, is yet to get off the mark. Came in as a concussion substitute for Murray Cummins. I've got whacked on the head, dropping a catch. It's a good ball there by Thorne, but well played by Hand. Let's go through.
I think I would like to see Colin Tuckett take 2 steps up, Terry.
But they are dying, especially at that end.
The ball is dying here. He's got to be able to work that out. Let me see again from Thorne, but he's having a torrid time having to take those deliveries because just all of a sudden they're just dying on him and he has to be putting his body on the line.
And turns that ball angled down leg side and it will roll into the boundary. You get something on it? No, leg buys.
Leg buys. So he's still on naught.
Still on naught. Score goes up to 42 for 3.
Just to remind the fans that the game on Wednesday is at 1:30 p.m. It's a day-night game at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So go and get your tickets. Tell your bosses that, hey, I don't think I'm coming back to work. I'll work up to 1 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. We used to get time off, didn't we?
Yeah, but
back in the day,
with the economic situation around right now, a lot of bosses don't want to give you off that time. But hey, we got to rally with the West Indies, so we're appealing to the private sector and company to rally. Let's get some support going so that we can outnumber the Barney Army and company.
That would be fantastic effort. And they're saying it was very emotional and very jubilant. Bring a lot of joy to fans here in Antigua yesterday, and I'm quite sure right round the region. Nothing better than beating England, Vernon.
It's about winning.
Yes, but nothing better than beating England.
42 for 3. So Hand is finally off the mark. Yes. They're thinking about 2. Hand is coming back, and he gets it quite easily.
Well done.
I think Kenny Clark was moving around there gingerly.
So he picks up 2, does Hand to get off the mark at the end of the over. Island Academy, 44 for 3. Calvin Pittman will continue in the northern end of the ground. Say good afternoon to the manual scoreboard attendants, doing an excellent job as usual out there in the blazing sun. Got a couple of chairs though today, that's handy. So Pittman will be bowling to Doheny, who's on 17. 2 slips in the gully. Seen the attacking fields as yet, even though it's only 7 good deliveries, Vernon, is required by West Indies Academy. Doheny just doing a bit of gardening. Now he's set as Pittman runs in from the northern end. Stroked into the cover region where Nandu does the fielding. No run. Teddy Bishop at first slip. Kim Augusto took that good sharp chance at second slip. It's turned into the mid-wicket region, half stopped there by, I think it's Clark.
Yes it is.
Yeah, take a single, so Tahini moves on to 18, brings Fionn Hand back into strike. He's on 2, 45 for 3.
I maybe would have liked to see maybe a Kevlin Anderson in that area rather than the fast bowler tumbling down into that area. Sometimes you have to look to protect your fast bowlers, especially at that height.
Yeah. Pretty firm surface too to be diving around on. Hand taps away and then waits. Another no ball, was it? No. Thought I heard a call, but
No.
it wasn't. No. He's bringing the ball back nicely into the body of Hand. It's been interesting innings for Hand and make the most of your opportunities, as they say. He wouldn't really he wouldn't have been expecting to be out there today, but he is, due to the concussion protocols of Murray Cummins. He's in as the substitute player. And that's popped in the air, but nobody home. Well in front of the backward point, it was rather deep.
Thank you and welcome back to the sunlit place in Antigua, the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the best place to be on a warm day here, but here in the commentary box we have gotten at least a little cooling from the AC, and we're delighted to be ready. Thorn, the man who has been a thorn in the flesh of the Irish, came into this innings with 11 wickets behind his belt, searching for his first in this innings. But the emerging Island team trying to make a better showing than they did in the first innings. A paltry 72 in reply to 326. That was certainly not.
Not what the doctor ordered, sir.
Not even the doctor, not even what the physio ordered, man. You're going too far. You're going to the doctor and they have not seen the physio. I'm just kidding you, Terry. But it was really a poor performance by any standards. And now they're trying to do some mop-up work, salvage some pride here.
Yes, because their last two innings really have been poor, 62 and then 72. See what they can muster up in this one.
Well, they have the experienced pair of Fionn Han coming in, and Stephen DeHerney, the captain. Unfortunately, Murray Cummings would not resume because of the concussion issue.
Yes.
So the concussion substitute takes his place on this occasion. But Han is a formidable opponent. He's not a guy that gives it up. One of the most astonishing moments of this series was that catch that he took running back. And he's a big guy. He has good muscular structure. And he hit the carpet real hard, but at the end of the day, you see that he's a fine athlete. So not just his athleticism, but also his talent, his skills look to be well
taken again by Bowen Tuckett.
Yes, he has had a fantastic time behind the wicket. We have not said much about wicket keeping, but young Tuckett, he took a few down the leg side. Though his team is way ahead, he could have said, let me leave that one. And on one occasion, I thought he was hurting himself. But he didn't.
No, and as Vernon was saying, he looks a natural keeper.
He's natural.
Yeah.
With wicket keeper, there is the instinct factor.
Right.
Because either you move now or you move before, especially with fast bowlers, or you don't have time to move.
Mm-hmm.
And his strength, he anticipates well, but he's also very clean, because you have a lot of keepers go for it with the dive down the leg side, still miss it or parry, but he comes up clean. And when you look at him, I think here lies a young man who fits a bill. We want to do more with his batting.
Yes.
We want to be knocking down some doors, and I think when you're carrying reserve keepers, you should be looking as far as this youngster based on his skills. And he does have good batting credentials, has not really lit the Parker light in this format series, but he's decent. Not only does he keeps well to the faster guys, but also keeps well to Bishop and the other crew. Excellent glove work.
The other spinners, yeah, for
the
sure.
other thing that I look for in a wicket keeper, while we are commendable about his diving, he uses his feet very well.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving to the left, moving to the right. I'm not singing Calypso, but he
could be singing.
I heard a song like that from Trinidad. Jason could tell me who. But he moves well to the left. He moves to the right. His stance approaching the wicket keeper, approaching the spinners. He's not too front on with the face, and he catches it soft in the glove.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that leg stump?
48 for
if
3.
he can get a few runs under his belt.
Yes.
Promising future. Speaking of that, and wicket keepers, that's what Josh De Silva needs.
Yes, I think he needs to tighten up with the gloves.
Yes, and
he has been reliable, been reliable with the bat, but I think has been found wanting a few times in terms of his glove work. Down the leg side.
Oh, big appeal. Not out.
I think
maybe
it was
hit the ground.
Yes, it was an after thought appeal. Look at this. Pittman, the big man, starts really in line with leg, but then the ball slides away down the leg side. Cool breeze here at Coolidge. You're looking at what was, in fact, the Sticky Wicket restaurant. That is, in fact, our lunch center. Thankfully.
Don't start that.
It's our lunch center. It has given us and the players some nice meals.
Seth.
Beautiful place here. Good bowling once again on Pittman. Pittman has looked good. I didn't see him in the first innings. He only bowled 3 overs for 14. But this is a good warm spell. In fact, he got a wicket off his first delivery.
He did.
And you're seeing that sort of pace. So in combination with Torn, these two are clearly your quickest bowlers of the lot. And we speak about the future. We speak about developing a core of fast bowlers again. It is not far-fetched, Terry.
No, most definitely.
A lot of things that they would have to do in terms of skill levels. Some you learn on the job. Some you will be taught. But I think if we're looking at that core,
but the potential is
there. The potential is there.
Yeah, right.
It's a matter of identify, and then you bring them in. When Clive Lloyd brought in Michael Holding, or when Holding, he was raw, express, but at the same time he had Andy Roberts,
right,
who could have guided him through that process. And then by the time you got to Croft and Garner, then you had a fearsome 4-prong. Then you could have gone through and see the Sylvester Clarks and the Wayne Daniel and the late great Malcolm Marshall all coming through, the late Sylvester Clark. And then you could have others lining up and keeping that mill functional.
Exactly.
Until the Ambrose Walsh era. Still some measure of success here for West Indies. We have lost it, but I think the current vice captain of the one-day team, Alzari Joseph, would stand as your, forerunner.
Yeah.
The one with the experience. Then you could look across on the A team and you could have a looking at some of these. Good delivery on the part of Kelvin Pittman. Pittman had a look in as well in the CPL.
Yes.
And in that game, his debut game against the might
Trinidad.
Don't just say Trinidad.
Sorry.
You gotta say the great Trinidad team. You have to look at it. The Pollards and the...
He got rid of Pollard.
He got rid of Pollard. That's right. Got 3 in that game. And I thought should have been given a little run, but these franchisees, you can't tell them what to do. So he has gotten that as a start.
Pulled
in the air. Just
bounce.
Inside the fence. Perhaps he wanted to test the pitch because he has been full. He has been swinging into the batter. He has been down that corridor outside the off stump in which he got his first wicket. On this occasion, he wanted to pull. There was no one on the boundary. And he was really short and pulled over the mid-wicket, just inside the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And Captain Doherney is saying, I am in charge. I am going to stand as long as I can stand to keep the Irish flag afloat.
Yes, good shot, good safe shot there by Doheny, but no real need for Pittman to throw in a short ball. He was troubling him.
It's the fast bowling instinct,
but that's right.
Because you're doing everything right, and you say, "Wow, let me give him something to smell the leather," and then you find that the pitch did not respond, or your short ball was not good enough.
Yeah.
Here's a man whose short ball should be good enough if he gets it right from that end. So last year, early in the year, we had the chance of seeing McAllister, not as fine or refined, but also has some pace. Will need a lot of long bowling opportunity. So we could speak about them. Alzari Joseph, he's the front runner in terms of that young battery. Jaden Seals coming back from injury in South Africa. You're speaking about... let's add to the list.
Yeah, Preston McSween was one of them that caught the eye last year.
Was played inadvertently.
Nearly steered it to second slip.
But back to the McSween matter, we were a little surprised a couple of months ago when he was no longer in the reckoning for some reason.
Yeah, he just disappeared almost.
No? And I'm not sure why. Young Clark also... I believe can put on 2 more yards if his McKinney Clark, his run-up is worked out.
Yes.
That momentum is important. The rhythm, it affects not only the rhythmic flow, but also the momentum by the time you are ready to hit the deck.
True.
And I get the impression he has a stop, jig, and start, and then hop in the air.
That hop, yes.
Yeah, I think that ought to be worked out. Yes, and young Lane, not as quick, but at the same time has the capacity.
Yeah. And
to
has
be
the
that
ability
much quicker.
to. Yeah. Yeah.
Tall, lean, most accurate, I think, of the younger, of this crop.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, a little bit more pace, man. He could rush you.
Shamar Joseph from Guyana.
Yes, well, he has
18.
been much of the talk
Mm-hmm.
of it. I think he's clocking up to 140.
Yeah, he's got the pace for it, and that's gone through Bowen Tuckets. They take a bye. So the cupboard is not bare, that's
It is
for
not
sure.
bare. It is not bare. And interestingly, it ought to be. Well, it ought not to be that you have given up and you just stick with some old guards who may be on the other side of Jordan.
Yes.
Good
Wow,
delivery.
beautiful
That's
ball.
a peach. It was coming into him. He was committed on the front foot. The ball pitched and left him. Let's see that. Perfect delivery.
Excellent
How
delivery.
did that not take the edge?
Too good even for the edge of
I'm
Doheny.
telling you, too good. Torn has good pace and good control. Strongly built lad from Berbice, Guyana.
That completes the over. So he's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 5. 53 for 3. The Island Academy bringing up their 50 in that over.
A better showing so far in this innings, comparative to the
Comparatively
last. 53 for
speaking,
3.
yes.
The Herney, the man leading the charge.
Yes, he's on 23. Fionn Hand is on 4.
Yeah, you go.
I think they must be delighted as well that Mayers is still in the shred and he has excellent all-round ability. His 5 wickets in both innings. He must be one of the guys vying for man of the match potentially.
Yeah.
When you take 5 wickets, they would
10
tell me a
wickets.
5-wicket haul
Is as
is
good as
equivalent to
100.
100.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you do that on both ends.
yeah.
Perhaps he could come off with an astonishing batting performance.
I felt he batted 1 or 2 positions too low in the first innings because Carmichael was going. He was well set. And unfortunately got out just as Mays come to the wicket. But that would have been interesting if he had got himself in and been able to bat with a set batsman.
Well,
as opposed to the lower order batters.
here is now the moment of truth.
Joshua
And
Bishop.
Bishop was with a thorn.
2 thorns.
2 thorns.
2 thorns in the Irish side.
Side man has been that way. Comes in his first delivery.
Oh,
Wow, even though it's one going down the leg side, they're not even sure how they want to play it. Fear is a funny thing.
definitely.
Because
That
you would have
caught
thought
the-
that one should have gotten a wallop out of the park, but he turned it into almost a wicket-taking delivery.
Yes, almost the leading edge
Jeez.
going straight to short extra cover.
He has been a real asset to this academy team. They're trying to work him out. They have not worked him out at all. Comes in the 17th over of the innings. Again angling down the leg side. The batter may be in 2 minds. Doesn't want to be bowled behind the wicket. Behind the back, we would call it. And at the same time, don't want to be attacking. Because in the former days, anything going down leg.
Yeah,
You're going
you
with
just
it.
clip it away. Yeah.
Yeah. Whether you're leg spinner, fast bowler, off spinner, once it's going down leg.
Right. Tries to get down very low to the ball in defence by the look of it, Hand.
Now you hear the chatter has started. He starts with a maiden, and Joshua Bishop knows that his presence invokes a sense of uncertainty on the Irish. Thought he started. It was not his typical tight, surging approach. It was more or less, even though it's a sort of loose start to his introduction.
Yeah, a couple of full balls down the leg side that, as you quite rightly said, Seth, should have been put away, but weren't handled very well by hand. But the more he got into the over, Bishop, the more online he was.
Though Bishop is the danger bowler, I would have loved to see another over from Pittman, not because he got struck for the 4 in the previous over. I thought the line and the length that he was bowling was asking questions and creating uncertainty.
Yes.
And I think at that pace, which you have both himself and Torn on, two of the top batters, that was crucial.
Yeah, good point, Seth. We thought they took him off a bit early in the first innings also, Pittman.
Yeah, you need it. I like to see these two.
Working in tandem and so.
And you needed that opportunity to me.
The Irish batsmen didn't know they'd have to keep switched on. Anything can happen when you've got two genuinely quick, fast bowlers operating.
And also, you must also, I believe, give the fast bowler that opportunity to do something different. Give them the leeway. Because you want to test batters. Yes, you may be bowling a good line, but you want to try something different. That is okay. That is part of the learning curve that the bowler would, continue to aspire to that level where they should be. You have to give them that chance. You can't say after one little error that you are replaced. It was a nice competitive period. Good to see them being as good as they have been.
Most definitely, Seth, and especially in a situation like this where you're totally in command of proceedings, then you can afford to, try a couple of different things, see what happens. If nothing happens, or they start to form a partnership or whatever, you can always revert back.
That's correct. Can always do that.
And that is hit not very well, but he gets away with it, and there's gonna be a run out. Well, that is poor cricket all round by the Irish. The shot was only a half-hearted pull. Luckily, it dropped between the mid-wicket and the mid-on, but no communication between the two batsmen. They were ball watching, and they've been stranded. And in the end, it's Doheny that's been run out, has it? Or Hand?
Because Hand really had
move.
But realizing that
he did a
the
circle,
captain
but he didn't
is the best player, he literally came out of the crease. And I'm not quite sure if Doheny had grounded his bat. It would be interesting for them to have a second look at that.
Well, yeah, because he actually grounded his bat before Doheny
and when he realized
the
Doheny was
crease,
there, he went out.
Yes.
Let's look at that again.
But he did
Here's
it.
the confusion. Anderson couldn't make it. Young
couldn't make it. And look at
the
these two. See, now he's in.
Oh.
Now he's out. And he walked back out.
Precisely at that stage, he's already in the crease dipping. And but the captain is out of the crease.
He was so interested in
the wicket.
He was so interested in set and following the fly to the ball that he did a complete 360 in his crease.
That was amazing.
That was pretty poor.
Should have been a single. Real poor cricket. Yes. I think the area that you could be critical of their game on this occasion. Marley Richards is getting ready, Terry, to replace you. But in the meantime, I think it was a good little period with the Irish settling down, and it was also a good little period to see the fast bowlers operating in tandem.
Definitely.
But at the end of the day, I think that little competitive nature, that competitive situation that we were witnessing was broken up by not what should have been a genuine wicket, but by a comedy of errors.
Definitely. And good bowling by Thorne, though, because he pitched it up.
That's right.
It up, banged it in short. He wasn't in control of the shot whatsoever, was Doheny. But he got away with it. If they weren't ball watching,
he would have still been there.
He would have still. Well, he is still there, but his partner
his
would have still been there.
That's right. He's still there. He would have been there in not just physically, but perhaps he should not have been there. That's the truth. He was the one outside the trees. It is all nice, exciting situation. Can they survive the day? That's the question they will be asking. Well, they get a single.
That was a better run.
Well, that was a real run.
That was a real run.
Was just
pushed, called early, took off, took the single. So at the end of Thorne's over, Island Academy in all sorts again, 54 for 4. Stephen Doheny is on 23. Morgan Topping is on 1. And after more thoughts from Seth Burton, it'll be the voice of Marley Richards.
Not the best situation for the Irish. You recognize they require another 522 runs. That's totally off chart. That's not going to happen. But at the same time, you expected that they would be battling for survival. And in their battle for survival, they have met some good bowling. McKinney Clark taking 2. Kelvin Pittman taking another. But apart from that, that horrible run out situation perhaps may have upset them significantly. And now you see a bit of pressure being applied. A silly point. Marley Richards, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Seth. Good afternoon to listeners, watchers in the region and around the globe. West Indies pushing for a win here on day 3.
That's what I wanted to see, Marley. Whether or not you're orthodox or your leg spin and you pitch down leg, you're full. Those ought to be scoring opportunities. Few in Bishop's first over were literally full tosses.
They've probably just gone forcing a few too many scoring opportunities here, the Irish. Let's just set them back 55 for 4.
Over ambitious appeal on that occasion. The usual wicket keeper stuff.
Yeah, he's energetic, isn't he, behind there? Bowen Tuckett. That's closer. And
this
she's
time.
Given. That's close. You could see it just upon delivery there. The shine of that ball, still pretty new and hard. Just misread the length there. A bit too full. Too close as well. Didn't get to really use the arms on that one.
And it's adjacent. It was adjacent. All 5s on the board for the Irish, Mally. 5-5-5.
5-5-5. 55 for 5 here.
Wow.
Joshua picking up his first wicket.
Well, he may well take out the others.
Yeah,
because he's the man who likes to take the wicket. You were mentioning they may have some apprehension about playing him.
Yeah, and also just the decision making here today by the Irish with the bat. You could tell the West Indies Academy have really worn them down. And now it's almost, we're just seeing that work put in by the West Indies Academy having that effect mentally on the Irish players. They've been out in the field for long periods here in this match.
Western here now, lads.
And with the news that Murray Cummings would not bat.
Exactly.
Have to have that concussion.
And also, and also just you spoke about the decision, the decision making and just the running between the wickets there, the concussion sub.
Western Bish.
Getting out in the way that he did.
That was amazing.
Right. You're wondering who.
I can't understand a ball would have been in the air for that long. And 2 players end up in this. If they were running a second run,
yeah, just looking
it would be
really
easier to understand.
Looking drained now. As you can tell, though, look at him. Look at where Colin Bowen Tuckett ended up, way down that leg side. Which just suggests that ball was creeping past the leg stump.
Yeah.
Especially with the ball just 18 overs old here for Joshua Bishop. He's in between wicket and wicket, not really looking to toss the ball up. And that's what I like about him. He recognizes the match situations. This is Maisie, though, through the covers. So once again, showing all his batting chops. Picked up 10 wickets in the match. He's out in the middle already. But what a sweet cover drive that was.
Lovely shot. He's such a confident player.
Very confident.
And I know that he may stick around, but he's not going to be prodding and pushing all the time.
Yeah, he's a guy who likes to be positive, hits the ball down the ground particularly well. But also, just on that extra cover drive, I'm going to use a name here. You probably haven't heard this name in a while, but that shot was very reminiscent of this player from New Zealand, a player called Nathan Astle.
Yes, that player is a while you haven't heard that name.
Yeah, the hands through the covers. Yes. The way he played that one.
Very.
Nathan Astle was one of those guys, one of the New Zealanders who was ultra aggressive and looked to take it on.
Yes.
A bit underrated, really, when you think about it. You look at his record.
An
outstanding international player. This one's just crept down the leg side, though. So
runs
to topping on this occasion. Just drifting a bit too far down the leg side was.
I was making a point before you came on that it was good to see the two fast bowlers operating. You know, that period, I would have just extended a little longer. That this combination between Tone and Pittman, allow them, the fast bowlers, you're going to have a little error. You know, you're bowling aggressively, runs may come. At the same time, you know, give them that opportunity to develop. Bowling in partnership. Oh, another one.
I think Pittman just a bit slow in seeing that one, but does well to get round in the end. I get 2 runs. Yeah, especially in Kelvin Pittman's case, you know, someone playing his first match of this first class leg of the tour. Definitely wouldn't say he's been over bowled at any stage.
No, only 3 in the first innings.
Oh, that's almost looked like an edge there to the on first sight, but
as though he wanted to steer that in second slip's hand.
Probably best just to put away these shots, especially looking to play wide of that off stump.
And here is where I think they need to learn in the red ball. But you don't have to be trying to score at every ball or every other ball. Have the opportunity of leaving.
I understand what's happening, but I just don't think it's the best way of going about it. They would have been, as we call it in our time, sunned out there, been out in the sun for a long time. And now they want to send also. They also want to send a statement back to this West Indies Academy team by being ultra positive, ultra aggressive. But I think also just put away, especially those horizontal bat shots wide of that off stump, that cut stroke in particular. It's proven to be the downfall of a couple of these Irish batters.
And those happened early in the innings.
Yeah.
One could have been down first ball. Then you saw almost a repeat of something similar.
Pitch problem. The pitch also, Seth, hasn't quickened up in the same way that we expected. Yeah.
But I'm wondering what the pitches are like in Ireland. Did you have any occasion?
I have. I played
what
in
are the
just one match, though. I played at the Malahide Cricket Ground against the Ireland A, and at the time it was quite rainy, wet. Game was eventually abandoned, I think, after about 40 overs or so.
Comparing the pitches,
very, very similar to English pitches. That's what I found anyway. But it was quite a wet day. But the pitch in itself that time at Malahide was a bit drier than I expected, to be fair. Came on quite nice. He was quite good for batting. But that was the only ground, really, that I would have experience of.
So, 28 over completed, 67 for 5. Topping is on 10. We saw a good fielding by Kelvin Pittman, but I do wonder sometimes as fast bowlers running around with that speed, the use of the booth, that takes a lot of skill because it also has a high probability of an injury.
Well, yeah, you got to get that cushioned area of the boot, really. More often than not. You tend to see that, though, from especially the fast bowlers on the boundary.
There's a Western here, boy, Bishy boy. Shoot out.
Once Bishop comes into play, you hear all the chatter from the wicket keeper and around the bat. Only a slip and is it backward short leg? Who is it? Teddy Bishop. I keep. There is a Teddy Griffith, but he's from Barbados. Yeah. Sometimes the name keeps ringing in your ear.
And it has the same ring as well to it, you know, Bishop and Griffith.
Hey.
You just see this breeze going across our right to left here at the CCG. It's important Tom Mays plays the ball with his bat here, looks to access the ball with his bat. Because Joshua Bishop is a very clever bowler and look to use this breeze.
Oh yeah.
Just like that, he'll put pressure on that front foot defense.
Well, I'm impressed with Mayers. He seems quite assured, quite
more often than not.
calm.
Every time we've seen him bat, to be honest.
Yes. And we were questioning the order in the one-day match, not necessarily the complete order, but where he comes into bat, that we thought instead of him coming in at 9 or coming at 8, he could have been thrust up the order.
Yeah, I like him here, to be fair, in 7 or so.
In the longer version?
Yeah.
But not, what about in the one-day?
It just depends, really, especially how his bowling actually comes on.
Well, you heard that excitement from the players. You would have thought that may have been an edge or the pad, but it was in fact the bat. Expectations loom large, and he leaves it alone, showing confidence that he knows what is happening. And the over is completed, the 21st, 67 for 5, chasing the improbable.
And to be honest, that's what's really stood out about him in this series, especially with the bat. It's just how organized he's looked. You know, he's got a sound technique, pretty simple technique. Not much can go wrong, really. Not too many moving parts. Tends to stay still, watch the ball.
And there is something else about his confidence. You get that. He has that presence.
Big, strong guy as well.
Yes. And he's confident. And I think that plays to his game.
Really does. Anything in his area, just slightly full of length, looks to go downtown, down the ground, particularly strong, even if he mishits it, especially in this format. It's a safe stroke. It's just important he continues to play straight, though. Doesn't look to play too square.
Well, here is McKenny Clark. McKenny Clark is back, replacing Torn. What happens off the field? You assess a bowler's, let's forget the action and all that, but you assess a bowler's run up. And everybody's unique. You don't want to make too many changes. But if we look at the skip and the skip and the jump and the skip, and then who addresses that with the bowler?
I think that's something that he's actually brought into his run up here. Trying to just measure his steps. As you can see the marks. Not sure if you can see the blue paint.
That's right.
Pretty similar if you really analyze it to a Jasprit Bumrah, who does a lot of chipping as well early in his run-up, just to find that rhythm.
And with Bumrah, you can't change that.
No, you can't. And that's the thing. And it's that unorthodox nature as well that makes him such a difficult proposition.
I remember when he came in the Tri-Series, the Headley Week Series.
This wasn't happening.
It wasn't well, the first day it was very pronounced. I know we took it apart. And the next day it wasn't happened. It was straight as ever. And surprisingly, it has come back in.
Yeah, I think he's just, they're working on the actual perfect distance for him in terms of his run-up. I think he's just at times getting there a bit too quickly, getting to the crease. Hasn't really given himself the amount of time to build up the momentum.
Well, this looks like buys. The ball bounced in front of the wicket keeper and took an angle.
Actually looks like he's just cut that run-up down a bit as well, to be fair.
In the earlier days, you before you were born, Mali, and you would watch Michael Holden run up, he would just almost
just turn and run up.
Turn.
Yeah, also he could run off a shorter run as well.
That's right.
As he got a bit older.
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall was a good.
That's right.
He used to use that as well.
The other players who came after Winston Benjamin could have just turned back and run up a few paces and perhaps deliver as quick as the longer run. So that is okay in terms of the length, regulated the length. But to me, rhythm is important, as you say, and the momentum at the crease when you hit that deck.
I'll use another name, Chad Hampson, someone who, former Stanford superstar here, winner at the CCG. He's someone who I would have come across first, had quite a long run up for a short guy, quite skiddy, quick through the air. And he actually cut that run down and became a lot quicker. Actually used to attack the crease a lot harder. So it doesn't, it just varies from bowler to bowler. I think what's evident, though, from McKenny Clark is that he's just a bit down on pace.
Yes, noticeably.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have that snap that we've seen from him in the past 12 months or so. You think back to even the regional Super 50 2022 here in Antigua, how he hustled
definitely
those Leeward Islands batters up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Really bowled quickly.
Yep. Casey Carty in particular.
Is it sometimes in the bowler's mind that you say, let me bowl for containment, let me just hit it there, let me preserve or reserve the energy?
That as well, especially in the longer format of the game. I'm not sure that's the case here. Just seems to be struggling a bit for rhythm, McKenny Clark.
For 5. Good afternoon to Mali. They require another 507 runs, but that's almost academic. I think if you're supposed to have a man of the series from Ireland and a man of the series from the West Indies, Tom Mayers has to be in the conversation.
Definitely, especially with his performances in this match. 10 wickets, half century in the ODI series as well. Didn't play in match 1 of this first class leg of the tour. The 4-day leg of the tour.
He seems to be the only player who understands how to play Joshua Bishop, for sure.
Yeah, he seems to read him quite well. Watches that ball closely. Just as you say that, turns him around with one. It's a difficult proposition, Joshua Bishop, especially on these West Indian pitches.
Sort of tend to skid on to you.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to get your bat in front of your pad. I found that most of the Irish batsmen were more or less hiding their bat behind, and the stride was not confident enough.
And the fact that he's getting such a big stride and he's using his bat here as well. That's why the silly mid-off at times is just such a key position. Probably just catch him on the crease, not wanting to stride quite as purposely forward onto that front foot. Just there again. Using his bat though. Quick over by Joshua Bishop. Still 507 for the Irish Academy. There's 69 for 5.
Yeah, 69 for 5. And one can't help, Mali. Normally you come to a football game or a basketball game or a cricket game. But Mary Albert, who is a school teacher from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So she's actually scudding school, is she? She's missing.
Yeah.
But she's playing hooky, as they say.
But the good thing about it is that she's moving on to her next career.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
So she's leaving the kids.
Yeah.
Mm.
We'll have to They'll have to find a replacement for her.
Yeah, she's probably played her part, though, to be fair.
Yeah, well, teachers sometimes don't get any recognition, Mali.
Oh, that's why I'm giving it to her now.
Right now, she's been steady. Naeem Young comes back.
Oh, that's a good one. Just held its line angled in.
Yeah.
Just held its line outside that off stump, going past the outside edge. That's a pretty good delivery, that. From the West Indies Academy skipper. He's had a few issues with injuries in this match. Been off the field a couple of times, but
I think he's got an ankle problem.
yeah, he's
ankle and heel.
back here running in. Bit fuller this time.
I think he's maybe just woke up and said, hold on, we maybe need to finish this game. I need to rest my feet. I need to get a break.
Well, still got a day and a bit, actually, to go.
Let's talk about today. We got 41 overs.
Mm.
Can the Irish survive 41 overs?
I think it'll be a positive, a real positive for them if they can take this game into the fourth day. That's the way they should be thinking at this stage of time, but not really looking too far ahead, just taking it ball by ball.
Brilliant catch by Joshua Bishop. That has got to be one of the catches of the tournament. Brilliant. He almost reminded me of a Keith Atherton at backward point, and that was a blinder from Joshua.
The ball and the bat. Also, he takes fantastic catches in that point region. Once again, just playing away from the body outside that off stump. Every time, more often than not, the Irish have gone after these deliveries outside that off stump. It's been their undoing. It's been a bit of a procession here today, Vernon.
Don't know if they'll survive, Mali.
Still got to be thinking positive from an Irish perspective.
Boyd Rankin just outside of our window there. He looks a real worried man. You know, I guess he's saying, listen, there's been just no fight at all. And it's just amazing, Mali. You talked about, as you would say, the sun beating down on the Irish. The only run out of the tour happened today.
Yeah, Fian Han, the concussion sub.
Along with the skipper.
Real mess, confusion there in communication.
No communication at all.
6 wickets down now, 69 for 6. I think Scott Macbeth, the new batter, coming to the crease.
A little bit to you.
Not good signs here for the Irish. Macbeth just has a tendency to just stay a bit leg side of these deliveries as well, playing into the hands of a Naeem Young. He's got to start it a bit closer to him though, outside that off stump. I think Macbeth as well has just got to look to get in line and leave well outside that off stump.
Something they have not done well at all. It's almost like the wonder mode style cricket, and that's why Boyd Rankin was saying he would have preferred the 40 games first.
But look at that, isn't it? Oh, I was just going to say he started with his guard actually just outside that leg stump. So in terms of his alignment here, especially against Naeem Young, look at that. Even with that stride, didn't really get onto that off stump at all to cover. Took the edge.
But I want to say something here, Mali. Teddy Bishop and O'Geese was really not low enough because the ball has been dying.
Oh, Lord. I think it's a bit harsh there. That really went down there quickly but low. I'm not sure it carried, did it? Just bounced before?
Just right in front. Richie would have snapped that ball.
Which Richie?
Richie Richardson.
Oh, okay. He was pretty special there.
Oh, yeah, you know those guys, Mali. And anything in those little areas right there, you could say goodbye. So as long as they came off, they're going to catch you. You got to be walking back. That's the message that you send. They're having a discussion now.
Probably
Geese and they're thinking, like, hey, it's dying here from this end. So you got to know that it's really not going to come up that much.
Macbeth probably best served to just get a bit further over onto that off stump. I mean middle. Once again there.
Look as if he's batting up leg stump, right?
Yeah, just outside. He probably asked for a leg stump guard, but in terms of his alignment, he's just setting up just outside that leg stump.
Maybe he doesn't plan to hang around too much, Mali. 69 for 6, 507. They might maybe want to go to the beach before they head out from Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, just playing away from the body. Bit too early in the innings as well. Still good batting conditions here, but fair to say the Irish haven't made use of them, or they haven't forced the West Indies to work hard enough for these wickets. Just some soft dismissals.
And maybe that's why the West Indies taking it for granted that, hey, we can go and bat again because whatever we get, we're going to bowl them out. We bowled them out for 72 in the first innings.
Yeah, and also, it's a lot to play for in terms of individual careers and the like. So I like that in terms of the West Indies going back in. Important 100 for Wickham. Just there as it's brought silly mid on over to mid off. The ball goes exactly where he was. But my issue is, why aren't there two?
Well, I've been talking about that from day one, Mali. When the West Indies is just something with too many conservative fields. As if, you have 500 and odd runs, you got to be looking to build the pressure.
Yeah, not sure.
Especially with Joshua Bishop, he's switched again now, Mali.
Yeah, not sure why it's either or, to be honest.
Yeah, it has to be both. Can't be one or the other.
Oh, and that's
he drops it.
It's gone to his strong left hand as well. I know he must be disappointed with that. To be fair to him, got a good hand to that one.
Dropped it. Played right around the ball.
Looking to play into the onside, took the leading edge. Went diving away to his left. Chance goes a begging.
That's why you need the silly point right in front of him. Don't think Matt Bector's going to hang around. Got to be looking to attack. You got to seize on it.
Also here, still getting a good sighter of these stumps.
Going past Wickham.
Gets this away.
Nando is after it. He's struggling to get there. Don't know if he's got an injury.
He's got the pads on.
So then he should be at silly point.
Oh, no, he doesn't, I don't think.
Doesn't look so.
No.
I think he's injured. The way he ambled after that.
Well, he's not the quickest, is he?
No,
we haven't seen him be the ultra athletic type.
And in fact, in the innings, man, he's not gone under the helmet as well. So maybe he would have had some bruises.
Maybe just a bit sore as well from, a lot of crouching being done in that position.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about those positions, specialists positions as we would call them. In fact, it depends on the team that you go in. If you're the debutant, they always tell you're under the helmet.
That's how it was when we were young, to be fair. You couldn't say no.
You couldn't say no?
Playing with men.
You were just so glad that you got a game.
Yeah, to be honest. Quite chirpy under there as well.
All right. 25 overs bowled, 73 for 6. Tom Mayers 5, Macbeth 3. I think it's academic as to how much they require. We know it's 503, but it's not happening here today.
To be fair, a lot of those chirpings probably came back to haunt me later on in my career because a lot of those same players turned into administrators.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
You live and you learn, though.
Yeah, they made you pay. Those are the people with the pen, they would say with the red in pen. Quite unfortunate, though.
Good afternoon, Mr. Percy Daniel, wherever you are.
73 for 6, 9 young. Comes quietly forward.
It's a lot better, though, in terms of that alignment. They got a good stride in.
Yeah. And it's a pretty tough situation, Mali, because when you have somebody like Boyd Rankin in your camp and the video analyst going through all of this data and information, to be able to transform that, I'm sure they would feel very, very down, like, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. You go back to the drawing board, but boy, the sun, they have been more times in the field than actually in the pavilion.
Well, to be fair, from a bowling perspective, I think overall they'd be quite happy with what they've seen on this tour. It's probably in this match where the wheels have just fallen off slightly.
In terms of the batting?
Yeah, in terms of the bowling, actually, a real toll was taken on the bowlers, especially in that second innings for the West Indies. But more often than not, especially with the new ball up front, they've been very good. They've removed that top order. The West Indies Academy has been under pressure.
But to support your point, Mali, the seamers have been brilliant. Where they have fallen short is the Humphreys and also the Mike Frost. Automatically having one or two holding bowlers who could be able to penetrate. I mean, if you look at the West Indies Academy team, you see Bishop is always in the conversation.
Yeah.
In the aspect, you had Ashmin Ned in the game before. The Irish didn't have that holding person consistently enough.
Yeah, well, I think Frost played that role quite well, especially in the first innings.
Yes.
But I think also you got to take into consideration the conditions here at the CCG.
Really
slightly different to what we've seen in the past. Maybe just playing more into the favor of the fast bowlers.
Good.
Yeah.
But the demonstration of what you were talking about is that the Irish were able to come here and get the ball to reverse swing consistently, in, out. And so that would also be a wake-up call now for especially the academy team to know that, hey, these are the skills that we also have to work on consistently.
Especially Matthew Foster as well, fee on the hand, got the ball to swing around consistently, regardless of spells, late in the day, early in the day, new ball. Liam McCarthy got the ball to dart around most times he was bowling as well.
That's why I feel that's where I think Kelvin Pittman is more dangerous. And this will be something that he would really need to take a grip on, but looking at the opponents and saying, what did they which areas they landed the ball consistently in. Because to me, he's more of an in-swinger bowler, which could be very, very, very dangerous. He just has to work on his craft and just leave the short ball as a surprise for the batsman.
Yeah, I think he's a Simon Jones type. That's a good shot, though. Actually kept his eyes on that one. Didn't quite get up as high as Naeem Young would have wanted.
Junior Sinclair is after it.
Yeah, he's quick, isn't he?
He is.
Like a whip it.
And he saved it as well, too.
And he also whips that throw in.
He's got a big, strong arm.
Real athlete.
Don't know if he could make the Ghana Jaguars football team, but he did demonstrate some good football skills there.
Yeah, he did. He was quick across the turf, wasn't he? Did well to just stop it. Just hobbling slightly now, though. Just holding that right knee.
I think when he jarred it, maybe he just got two minds to get over the rope after he would have maybe saved it. But he's fine. Good lad. He's a good fielder. Actually,
athletic.
Yeah,
seen that in the CPL, isn't he?
Oh,
just dives around, taking some fantastic catches.
It was dynamic. In fact, dynamic in that.
Very dynamic. Yeah.
It's one context of the game, Mali, that I think we need to work on. Where when you were coming up, you enjoyed feeling. Sometimes I don't get the impression that some of these youngsters love that, but you could see Junior Sinclair. He likes to feel.
Yeah, we need to highlight the importance of it more, I think, as a cricketing fraternity all around. But just to touch back on the Irish and just the difference in venues, I think the spinners probably would have come more into it here had they played a few more games at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, especially the 4-day. If you saw that pitch up there, just take turn a bit more. Had the West Indies under pressure at times. This one takes the outside edge.
Who's after it again?
Junior.
That's a strong throw, Mali. When he picks up that ball, he rifles it back. Something I saw, even in the practice, something I was looking at, and I feel that Ned has got to improve on his throwing. Tends to really struggle. I think when he goes back home, that's something he has to work on. Because those are areas that can determine whether you make the first 11 or not, especially in one-day context of the game. You can't hide you. .78 for 6.
Just a bit more turn now coming into play for Joshua Bishop. This one
is lobbed.
Lobbed.
That's it.
This one he takes, stuck out that left hand this time. Probably went to him a bit slower.
He wasn't dropping that one for sure.
Definitely wasn't.
He kept his eyes on all the way on it, Mali, and he says, "Not today."
A lot more difficult than it actually looked. To be fair, took it quite relatively easily.
Truth. Is that tea?
Yeah, it's gonna be tea. We're gonna take tea.
I thought, well, we're down to what, 7? Oh no, yeah.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have been able to play the extra period of time. But it's looking like it could be over after tea. 78 for 7. Ireland require 498 runs, but that is academic right now. What a day. So I think we can take some positives, Mali. We'll take a Powdies or water break, and when we come back, I think it will be curtains for Ireland, or as well as they maybe can save the game. We just never know. Stranger things have happened.
Thank you very much, Jason. We are delighted to be back here in what could be the final session of this 4-day game between Emerging Ireland and the West Indies Academy here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The story has been an extraordinary performance by the West Indies Academy and a performance that deserves much improvement from the Irish players because they are 78 for 7 Terry after just 26.5 overs. We're just resuming after tea and they're still behind by 498 runs. 498 runs, and this is as a result of their first inning score of 72. Still, they have gotten 6 runs more than that. But with the Academy exceeding 300 on both occasions, it simply means that they have been outplayed, they have been outclassed. Perhaps we would not go into a 4th day.
No, most definitely, Seth, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Good afternoon to yourself too, Seth. It's going to be Joshua Bishop to continue, finish off the over. He's got one more ball to bowl to complete his 6th over. He's taken 2 for 11. And yes, they'll be disappointed, though, the Irish, that they can't seem to, especially with bat in hand, show the fight after their bowlers have toiled hard throughout the series, really, in both matches.
Well, it is now at this stage that we have seen that sort of aggressive field setting.
Yes.
Liam McCartney coming in, and then, but we were asking for that earlier.
Oh, most definitely.
We
right
can't
fault
fault them for their performance, their batting, bowling, fielding performance. In fact, that blinder from Joshua, the catch, was extraordinary.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I thought that they could have been more assertive in the field, as we saw having men around the bat. That is, I thought, the missing element in the entire putting together of this team and this outstanding performance.
No, you made a good point last time you were on, Seth, when you said that you need to look at leadership, and that's both in this team but right around the region, really. We see most skippers have that defensive mode first, no matter what state of the game that they're up to. But when you're so far ahead, and when you've got the pace of a Isaiah Thorne and a Calvin Pittman in your team, new ball or relatively new ball, you'd like to see, 3 slips, a gully, short leg, and then when the spinners come on, the batsmen round the bat on both sides of the wicket.
Well, Calvin Pittman is back, and his first delivery from the media center end was driven out to Nando at wide mid-off. So good to see the change has been made. We did say that we thought he could have had an extended spell.
Yes.
Because not only having a wicket on his first ball, he was warming up, he was bowling with good pace, getting good carry, pitching up the ball in a full manner. Prior to that, just 3 overs, 1 for 7. But then he comes back immediately after tea. This time down the leg side, and these young fast bowlers tend to get wide. Someone was making an observation that I just got online regarding Thorne, and they were noting that they recognized, even we were not looking at that Thorne was getting pretty close to that danger end because of his straight approach close to the stumps, which could be considered a danger area for the batters.
Mm-hmm.
And for listeners, you would recognize that the first 2 markers, leg and off stump, those are the areas they would not want you to encroach. Down the leg side again, Pittman, that one goes through Tuckett for 4 byes. Second delivery, down the leg side from Kelvin Pittman, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. A bit wayward, a bit jagged on this occasion. He's coming from this media center end. Previously, he came from the CIU end. But to make that point, the comparison also was made about Wayne Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if you've seen much of Wayne Daniel. Big strapping fella from Barbados.
Yeah.
Used to have that problem, and don't want to say it, but the truth is that the regional umpires may not have called him, but by the time he got out there,
international level,
there were some concerns, and then he would have to make that correction.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to have that sort of insightful view from a listener all the way from Pennsylvania in the United States. Better delivery from Pitman. Not extracting as much life coming from this end, or perhaps it's the after tea warm-up over. We saw him really coming down with some good pace, flowing down from the top end in the previous, in his first 3 overs. But those observations are critical.
Most definitely.
Because oftentimes player may suffer, may do well in one environment and suffers in the other at times because of various reasons.
But once again, even here now, Seth, 7 down, you're pushing for victory, just 3 wickets to go. 2 new batsmen at the crease, or relatively new in Mez has been there a couple of overs.
Oh, that's a good Yorker.
Brilliant Yorker, but well dug out in the end by Mez. He squirts a single backward of square. But, you know, you'd like to see the short leg. You'd like to see the third slip.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
And Terry, you're so right, because I was making that comment for the first time I really saw that sort of aggressive field setting, that last delivery, Joshua Bishop bowling as we resumed after tea. Yes, a wicket-taking opportunity. That should not change.
No.
Now in this over, there should have been the third slip. There should be the forward short leg. Encourage the bowler. Those are the finishing touches that we're looking at. Pitman this time. McCarthy goes on the toes and plays it. That completes the over. Pitman's first after tea. His 4th of the innings. He has 1 for 9. Ireland emerging players. 85 for 7. They're definitely in a huge spot of bother. Still requiring 491 runs. An entire day remains after this session. How many more minutes we'll be here, we're unsure. But we're delighted to continue to bring you coverage.
Definitely, Seth, and especially in situations like this where, you know, it's all academic. I mean, we're only playing time now, however much longer the Irish boys can last. So you've got absolutely nothing to lose. They're too far out of the game to worry about going for the runs. The best they can do is survive, bring everybody in, you know.
Lovely cut shot. It is the man, Tom Mears. He has been a revelation here, not only here, but at the Sir Viv Richards cricket grounds. Very confident. He goes back and he cracks it with immense power. Even Joshua Bishop, the bowler, I think acknowledges that that's a special shot, Terry.
Yeah, good shot there by Mears. He can certainly hit a ball. But that one just dragged down a bit by Joshua Bishop. 89 for 7. They may crack the 100.
Well, let's see. I don't bet, but well, Vernon is willing to bet, but he's betting the wrong man because I'm not betting a thing. We could give him a Paradiso water. And Terry, you could take 2 because you're the first person who nudged at me at tea time and said that they are not going to make 100. So I'm telling the listeners the secret. Mays goes again with, if he's there, the 100 will come because this is a 4. The second 2 successive 4s in this over. Joshua Bishop on this occasion going further up, and he really spanked it nicely over mid-wicket for 4. And this man is not giving up. This man is a confident man. He resurrected. In fact, he set the tone in the first one-day match.
Yes.
When he got his half-century 51 and had a 101 partnership with
Big appeal done on Given. And that is the same thing that happened in the first innings, Seth. And I was just about to say to you, he played 2 slog sweeps to Bishop and knocked him flying over mid-wicket, and then Bishop picked him up, and Bishop's picked him up again.
Yes, that one struck the back foot. I think that is clear. It pitched, it was in line, it was leaving him, but the back foot was planted between middle and off stump, and it's a good decision once again. If we look at that,
yes,
we would see, but good bowling on the part of Bishop now comes in. You reckon that?
Yeah, definitely. Back foot. Yep. And he brought that in a lot straighter, bowled it a lot straighter, didn't give Mays the width that he had in the previous delivery. Good bowling by Joshua Bishop. Island Academy lose their 8th, they're 93 for 8.
Well, Terry?
2 wickets away.
The 100
7
is still on.
runs.
So instead of looking at the probable score, now marking against the 100, how well these youngsters have played. It's a good revival.
A great season they've had.
Yes.
You know,
they started on the low when I say that. The Irish won the first one
undefeated, yeah,
by
undefeated
26.
at Coolidge.
Yes. But they lost the first one at Seville.
Yes, yeah.
But they love Coolidge.
They
Well, in fact, this is their
definitely.
home.
Well, that's right. Well, they always say make your home your fortress.
Can't
They've certainly
beat
done
home.
that.
So they won at home here, and they're winning again at home. I think it's time for us to start to sort out the man of the series and the man of the match.
So Mike Frost has come to the crease, left-hander.
Because, you know, we were looking forward to perhaps do some calculations overnight. But that night would not stand between here and the outcome.
Stay day. We've got a slip leg, slip short leg.
Oh, yeah.
Foster defends well. So we continue to look at what the reality is. They started this morning, the West Indies Academy, on 172 for 4, a lead of 426, and a brilliant 100 by the man Kevin Wickham, getting his second first-class 100.
Yeah, magnificent 100, and
Yes.
also they were able to keep the very good run rate going.
That's right.
They ended up scoring well over 130 odd runs in that session this morning. 150 odd actually.
Yes, and Wickham batted well and batted to the end, getting 105 of 108 deliveries, 6 fours and 5 sixes, strike rate of 97. Really showed that he was really up to it. Naeem Young came in, the captain, he got 32. McKenny Clark towards the end of the innings, just before the declaration, got 22. And you would have known that previously. Akeem Ogis yesterday and Teddy got 75, his highest first-class score. Teddy Bishop once again getting 46, but as I say, a young man for the future just got to grab the landmarks. Here is Pittman. Good delivery, well defended by Liam McCarthy.
Yeah, he's staying over the wicket to the left-hander, but still just the 2 slips in the gully.
And Tom Mears, his second 5-wicket haul, having 5 for 75.
Yes,
So
Debakapis 5
5-wicket
for
hauls.
64 on the first one. 10 for the match, excellent effort.
That's correct. His only first-class game prior to this season, he had 7 wickets in total, so quite a prospect.
And that's gone, I think. No,
Not out.
Not out. Sounded like an edge.
Well, he really
Bowen
flashed
Tuckett
at
was
that.
convinced. You have a look again on the replay. Hard to tell from that, but
Yes.
certainly went after it, as you said, Seth.
Tuckett went up early, but Pittman would have to try again.
Having a few words with McCarthy, the close infielders there, saying, did you touch it?
When the West Indies Academy batted first, it was Kevlin Anderson, the man scoring 125, his second first-class 100.
Very impressive
Naeem Young
century.
had 80, his highest first-class score, driven back past the bowler. That will go down the hill, and will it go? No, Kevin Wickham pulls it back.
Yes,
Good shot, good to see that.
complete 2, but it was a no ball, so they get 3, so they go up to 96 for 8.
So I spoke of Kevlin Anderson's 125, so that's growth. Again, for him. Matthew Nando had 35 in that innings. I reminded you Naeem Young, the captain, had 80.
Yeah.
Joshua Bishop had 22. Tom Mayers, 5 for 64 in that first innings. Another no ball.
No ball.
So Pittman is struggling coming up the hill. 2 no balls.
Yeah.
Successive no balls. He's working with it.
And the ball's being thrown down to fine leg, who's
at times,
looking
Terry,
the other way.
You could be so good from one end and then another end.
Yes.
And he struggled
Well,
a bit.
it's surprising for me, especially in his opening spell, because he bowled rather well, I thought. Why he'd want to change ends.
So Emerging Island in their first innings, 72, on the back of a top score of 39 from Cade Carmichael. Double figures, only from Tom Mayers, 12. This time he gets a full toss. Didn't capitalize on it. Matthew Nando stood in the way of that and a 4. So only 2 players getting into double figures. Tom Mayers got 12 from 8 deliveries. Cade Carmichael at number 3 getting 39. The other scores were 8 and 4 and 0, 0, 2, 1, 1. Sounds like a telephone number.
It does, Seth. But it would have been interesting with Carmichael set. He was doing the majority of the scoring. I just felt they could have moved Mays up the order a bit. And if he had have got in, then that could have been some sort of partnership that they would have got at least closer to the 70-odd, to the 326.
In their first innings of the Emerging Island, Joshua Bishop, 4 for 18. 6.4 of his 3 maidens, 4 for 18. And Isaiah Thorne, the fast man, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 15. Good delivery from Pittman, good work on the part of Lane McCarthy, got on the toes. He looks as though he's shaping up McCartney to looking pretty decent.
Yeah, he's getting behind each delivery. Good fielding, good sharp fielding in there at mid-wicket by Isaiah Thorne.
96 for 8.
Another full toss, missed by McCarthy. Taken on the bounce by Carlin Tuckett to finish the over. So at the end of the over, Island Academy 97 for 8. McCarthy is on 4. Frost yet to score.
Pittman struggled a bit in this over. I guess perhaps you would say trying too hard.
We
saw 2 full tosses, full pitch. We saw 2 no balls. Mm-hmm. And him coming over the wicket to the left-hander seemed not to be his, the bowler we saw in those 3 overs, taking a wicket first ball. And then in that over, though, we saw a lovely in-swinging Yorker. But at the same time, I think Pittman will need to just stride in a bit more, relax. The outcome will come.
And I guess the change of end, Seth, was the fact that Joshua Bishop replaced him from that northern end.
And that's his end-taking wicket.
That's his end. And he's not going nowhere.
It's wicket-taking end. Bishop 4 wickets in the first.
Bowling to Frost, leg slipped. Tossed up nicely on a short leg.
3 in the second. So he's on target perhaps to be the top wicket taker. Before that it was Thorne. It was, Thorne with 11. Lane also at 7. Bishop 7.
But you were talking about player of the series. If you look at it, Isaiah Thorne has taken the 11 wickets, looked very hostile, threatening.
For this 2 format series, quite a candidate.
That's right. But Joshua Bishop, if you look at it in the overall context, he's troubled the Irish boys just as much
Yes.
up there with the wickets, but of course that splendid
100.
century.
Yes.
I just tipped the balance. And he got that Player of the Match award in the first 4-day encounter.
And the player of the match for this game is quite a toss-up. You have 2 centurions in either innings from the West Indies standpoint, Kevlon Anderson and Kevin Wickham. And then you also have Tom Mears getting 10 wickets in the inning, in the match, sorry. Lovely. Well, in fact, it didn't go as far as I thought.
No.
Terry.
Reached the man, sweeping out there on the mid-wicket boundary.
That's Junior St. Clair.
Come back for 2, 99 for 8.
1 run away, Terry and Vernon. Who is on target now? Nobody will get the water.
2 wickets.
Did Vernon change his tune?
Yeah.
That he said they were going to make 100 or they would not make 100. No, the 100 comes up.
The 100 comes up.
That one is going down to the third man. The 100 comes up for the Irish.
Well done.
I would save a water. Not for me, but for the people who catered. A Paradiso water.
Paradiso.
So I'm saving something for the brand.
Definitely. 101 for 8 at the end of the over. Both batsmen, Frost and McCarthy, on 4.
Yeah. Speaking about spectators earlier, we had some.
There's a couple here today.
Yes.
Yes.
I see
Our
my 2
good
Trinidadian friends.
Yeah. They were here on the first day.
And they didn't want to come some time ago when they were here for the Tri-Series. They didn't want to come on mic. And quite a few of them are out there, along with some of the guests we have had. A few also national players coming across and below us.
Yep.
And I don't see the 2 medics because they, I guess, were called into being after the Murray concussion matter. Caught, no, just short of the diving. The man diving forward, McKinney Clark. He was going forward. It would have been a difficult one, but it's good to see that effort.
Excellent effort. Looks like he's damaged his hand, though. But excellent effort. He's rather deep there at backward point, and it just didn't carry.
The challenge sometimes when you try to take catches like that going forward, also the ball bouncing just in front of you.
Yeah, can pop up
can
and
pop up.
strike you.
And at times you're defending both the face
It
or the
looks
hand.
like
Let's
he
hope it's not.
going off because he's holding, looks like his wrist. Thumb.
I believe his finger.
Okay.
Let's hope that it's nothing to worry about. But he runs straight off, doesn't allow the physio. Well, in fact, it's Junior St. Clair who was the substitute, and he's just so acrobatic and athletic.
And anxious to get on the field. He nearly forgot to take his bib off.
Yeah.
It's good to see. Keen to get out there amongst the action.
Is it Ned? Yes.
It's Ned, is it?
Yes, Ashmead Ned coming on to replace him.
Excellent.
1.
But see, backward point and in both innings, rather deep set. It's
Yes,
been
it
in his
is.
traditional place.
We were
McKenny
commenting
Clark.
about it. And
Yeah.
normally the backward point, that it would have been in a
would've gone
catch.
straight
It would have
down
gone
his
straight to
throat.
him.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why they have had these deep point fielders. In fact, we picked that up, the first delivery from McKinney Clark,
Right.
which could have gotten there. The point was rather deep. Pittman is in. Better delivery. Much better over so far
Yes.
than the previous. I think it's time to go for the 3 slips and the gully.
Most definitely. And a short leg, I'd have too.
That's right. Don't need that man on the backward of square boundary. Give the fast bowler the opportunity to pepper away. Now he's compelled. Oh, another full toss.
Again, still
But
can't
not being
pierce the
dispatched.
field. Yes. Keeps slapping it straight to Nando there in cover. Frost this time, but McCarthy's done the same a couple of times.
Based on how Pittman is bowling, I guess the instruction must have been to keep the ball full. because he has been not only doing that, but having the extra. We have had about 3 that have gone literally full to the bat, not full length.
No ball again, pulled into the mid-wicket area.
So he needs to change something because this is his third no ball in 2 overs.
Having troubles, that's for sure.
Whether it is rhythm coming over the wicket, coming up the hill, or whether it's the angle that he's taking, or whether he's not deciding in his mind where he wants to bowl. Because often I used to recognize that any time I would deliver a no ball, I was unclear about what I wanted to do from the top of the mark.
Thinking about all different things, yeah.
Better bowl. Wide-ish outside the off stump, trying to induce the drive.
Yes, and he's going to get very upset if one of these no balls takes a wicket.
That's the hard thing. Let's hope that all is well with Junior Sinclair. He's such a live wire, such an exceptional fielder. Good cricketer, real good emerging cricketer. Down to leg side.
Yeah, just can't find his rhythm from the media center end.
What is it sometimes? Is it the wind pushing against you? Is it the change of trajectory of the delivery? One coming down the slope, coming up the slope? Is it just simply not being able to adapt in a body position based on where you're coming from?
Yeah, and the different levels of the ground, different ends, you know, running uphill, running downhill, all that business. But I agree, it's turned nicely.
4 runs.
Beats fine leg, who's rather square to complete the over. But I agree with Vernon, though. I think it's your stride pattern. If you just concentrate on your delivery stride, running, you know, you run up, and just concentrate on that.
Just focus on the stumps and
focus on the stumps and
keep moving.
Alleviates everything else. Gives you a better opportunity. 107 for 8 at the end of that over. Frost moves on to 8. McCarthy is on 5.
So they may have things in mind. Irish did say to me at lunch that we expect to bat for the rest of the day. And you can't, you must take it seriously.
Well, you must. But maybe not everybody read the memo, though, Seth.
It's another thing to read it. It's another thing to execute it.
Exactly.
Joshua Bishop, 3 for 24. He wants another. He would like to have 5.
Yeah, he's got a chance. 2 to fall. He's got 3 for 25 at the moment.
Yes. He'll be happy. He'll be a delight. Century in the first, and then a 5-4 in the second. Didn't get the 5-4 in the first. 10 innings, he got 4 for 18.
Oh, reverse sweep.
And he goes.
Well, he did some footwork with that delivery. Reverse sweep, then he tried to kick it off and everything, but he's been given out LBW.
Look at that.
Yes, that's straightened enough. He did well with his feet, not to let it roll back, but to no avail. That's 9 down and 1 to go.
He wasn't pleased with the outcome, but who do you blame?
Well, what was he doing? Why would you try something like that?
A shot like that, premeditated, was not in position, didn't even have the balance in the end, and I think it's just a matter of time.
You think?
Just a matter of time. It could come in a delivery.
It could.
Joshua Bishop, 4 for 25.
And out comes Matthew Foster, who's had an excellent series with the ball himself. Out to face the music here as Bishop looks for his 5th.
This would be wonderful. If we look at it, we have had the only, in terms of the scores, Doherney had 23, Carmichael 14. Then only 2 other double figures. Morgan Topping 11 and Tom Mears 14. It has been a disastrous batting performance by the Irish.
It has. Improvement on the 62 of the second innings last week and the 72 in the first innings this week, but they would be disappointed though, and especially the coaching staff, that they just haven't seemed to be able to get the batting right throughout.
Terry, it's your call. Will it be over now?
He's got 4 deliveries. I reckon it'll be over on the penultimate ball. Oh. Didn't have much idea about that, did Foster? That's better. Nice push, defensive push into extra cover region. Change of direction for Bishop.
He has 2 more deliveries to survive.
Yes. Oh, that was the ball, but played well. Last ball of the over. And plays it out. So well done, Matthew Foster. Well done, Joshua Bishop. Picks up the wicket in that over. He's now bowled 9 overs, 4 for 25, and Island Academy 108 for 9. Now, will they continue with Pittman and his struggles since they're 9 down? Looks like they will. Well, that's a good sign.
Yes, he has to work it out. Going. That must be part of the plan.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the boxes that were ticked off by the West Indies Academy, they were able to not just bowl out the opponents, but actually blew them away. They blew them away in each innings of the 4-day games. They were able to score over 300 runs comfortably, able to bat out over 90 overs, which would naturally be a full day's play.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had batters getting 100 in each of the games, several batters getting half centuries, bowlers delivering well. So it has been, all in all, their game. They just want to make sure that every player.
And that's cracked to point, but can't beat Bishop there, Ned there at point. Yeah, and if you look at them, I mean, you know, Island Academy were in a strong position in that first match, the first innings. You know, they got to 170 odd for 3. And really could have turned that into something similar that the West Indies Academy scored in the first innings here, but then lost the 7 for 40, and that was about it. We haven't really seen them being able to weather the storm. Or that's a good shot. Backward of point, racing out to the boundary, and beats Ned across the rope now for 4 to Liam McCarthy. Score moves to 112 for 9. Yeah, and since then, you know, they haven't unfortunately been able to string any decent partnerships together, and it's the batting that's let them down more than anything in this series. But as you say, though, Seth, you have to give credit to the bowling lineup of the West Indies Academy at the same token. But it's a developmental tour, so they'll be learning, and they can certainly take quite a few positives out of it, as that's hoiked over the mid-wicket area down to the boundary. 4 more for McCarthy. So McCarthy is going to enjoy himself here. Closing stages of this match. West Indies Academy just looking for the 1 more wicket. McCarthy races up to 14 now, and the score 116 for 9. But yeah, as I say, it's a developmental tour for both teams, but we're talking of the Irish Academy. And they've got the positives up. Matthew Foster looks a terrific bowler, can bowl all day. You could say the same about Tom Mays. The captain himself, Tahini, looks a very organized keeper and certainly doesn't shrug responsibility in captaining, opening the batting and keeping, as Pittman's in again. McCarthy goes again, and that's 4 more. So 3 4s in a row to McCarthy. He's not going to die wondering. He's going to enjoy himself. at the end of his first tour to the Caribbean set.
Well, you have to do that. Here is he, right in the slot. But he played it really with power and placement over the deep mid-on fielder, more of a straight mid-wicket fielder, and gets good result. I said that he looked so organized and compact.
Yes.
Since he arrived at the crease.
Just retaking his guard as Pittman is going to come around the wicket to him now.
So don't look at the column that they need 456.
You
Ask yourself, when would the final wicket come?
And again, off
another
the
one.
outer edge, all along the ground between a slip and gully, and that's 4 fours in a row for Liam McCarthy. Very wide, chased it, but hit it all along the ground.
All along the ground. Edge or no edge.
Score races up to 124 for 9. McCarthy 22 would be his highest score.
Chasing what would have been an improbable total. At least some enjoyment towards the end, because as the other commentators would have been saying, they were really, we used to say, sunned, meaning that they had some bath in the field, and to go down not giving the bat something to see.
And again, and just falling wide of Wickham there at mid-on. So a single to complete the sequence of 4s there by McCarthy. He moves on to 23 and the score 125 for 9.
And Pittman figures has turned from 1 for 7 from 3 in the first spell to 1 for 36 after 9. So Joshua Bishop, though, is the man who would like to have his best first-class figures. He would like to bet to that 4 for 18 in the first innings, the 5 for something. And then he pushes himself in a strong position for man of the series, having scored that critical 100 in the first game. Winning match spurring innings. And then being among the top bowlers. Thorne did come on well, did inspire. Came into this innings, Thorne with 11 wickets at the top of the pack. But Joshua Bishop has now inched up on him with his 4 wickets in this innings. Now having the opportunity of taking it, and I'm going to back him to take this final wicket.
What's he got? 2, 4, 6, 10?
Yes.
Right. Switch it again.
What?
This one makes connection, though, does McCarthy, down to the boundary for 4.
Yes. And you could have gotten a signal from McCarthy, because that last ball he played off Pittman, he could have had 2. And he was very decisive about stay.
Yes.
1.
Yeah.
So he means that he is
I'm
going
the
to show
batsman out here. Yeah. I'm going to take the strike. Bishop maintains his slip, leg, slip and short leg. And this one he moves right across, gets a top edge, goes over the leg slip and down towards the boundary. Captain Young will cut it off. 2 more. So McCarthy is enjoying himself. He moves up to 29 off the 24 deliveries. Score goes on to 131 for 9. West Indies Academy still looking for this final wicket. Bishop in again. Up a bit wider that time. Looking for a flick around the corner was McCarthy. Doesn't make contact. So he moves right across and sends it sailing over fine leg. Couple of bounces over the ropes. 4 more to McCarthy. Moves on to 33.
Who does that remind you of, Tay? A left-handed version of who? Jeez.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Terry. What a shot that was.
Absolutely. He's having some fun, that's for sure. Oh, another switch hit, and that looks... No.
It was quite full.
Yeah, he just thought it hit him just outside as we have a look at the replay.
Oh, maybe just outside the line, probably. I'm not sure.
I think it hit him on a full, too.
It did. Did make his way across the stumps. Here plays this one a bit more orthodox.
So now they'll be able to have a crack at number 11, Matthew Foster. As the over comes to an end, 135.49. McCarthy skipped on to 33 off 28 deliveries.
He's shown a bit of heart here, though, hasn't he, Liam McCarthy, the way he's come out and played. He's looked to put bat and ball. Ultra aggressive. It's been quite plucky as well.
We're going to have a change in bowling as Isaiah Thorne will replace Kelvin Pittman. And it's the media centre end. And it looks like he's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Foster.
He's probably just going to be aiming for the stumps here.
Should be. He knows just one on target will do the job for the West Indies Academy. Still miles in front, 441 runs in front.
At least they've managed to go past
the 100.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brought up 3
Nearly doubled this first innings score. It's wide outside the off stump by Thorne, well taken by Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Still just bowling to the 2 slips in the gully. Saying to Seth was saying it earlier also, I think that's one area that West Indies Academy can look to improve on, just the more aggressive field types, and especially when you got teams down and out. Oh, he fished at that, did Foster, but no edge taken.
Seth, you were asking off here just about the man of the match. And another name that came to mind who I think would have a pretty good shot, especially from the Irish perspective, Tom Mays.
Yeah, well, for sure. He bowled magnificently well. 10 for the match. 5 for 64, was it? And 5 for 70 odd.
We may have to have co-players of the match for the first time here in this series.
Clipped nicely off the toes by Foster. And well stopped there with the boot down on the deep back of the square leg boundary. Had to run a fair way round.
Yeah, as well timed that. Matthew Foster.
Foster gets off the mark. He's on 2.
2 lefties in now. McCarthy. He's scored it well above 100 here. 33 from 28. He's played some quite unorthodox shots as well.
Yeah.
Quite enterprising.
Good bouncer there by Isaiah Thorne.
Pace well played as well from the big man getting down.
Got down quick. McCarthy just telling Foster there's 2 to come. Keeps that one out, but he's real rhythmical in his approach, isn't he, Thorne?
Yeah, he is. Got quite a easy approach. Not the type of approach that would take too much out of him physically.
No.
Still looks like he's got a yard or 2 of pace up his sleeve, especially as he fills out even more. Gets stronger.
Yep. And Foster survives. That completes the over. 137 for 9. McCarthy is on 33 and Foster is on 2. Joshua Bishop will have another chance of picking up his 5-4. Let's see what McCarthy has in mind. This over. Pressure off, of course, so he's playing all these shots that he's dreamt about and read about, and now executing.
Quite a few candidates for man of the match here. That's in this match. Joshua Bishop 4 for 18 in the first innings. 8 wickets in the match, 4 for 35 in 10 here in the second. Hunting a 5-4. What would be...
I think he's taken 10 in the series so far.
So far.
Yeah.
With 100.
Catch him!
So he's definitely in for man of the series in this leg of the tour as well. Was man of the series on the one-day leg.
Yes. Player of the match in the first 4-day game.
Yep.
Single off the first ball to McCarthy, brings Foster on strike. Field comes in again for the number 11.
Catch him! Oh, yeah.
Tossed up nicely.
Quite a special 5-4 for him, a maiden 5-4. Quite a few maiden landmarks reached by the academy players, even.
Oh.
Some Irish players in this series playing their first matches at this level.
Right, yep. Popped up where a silly mid-off would have been.
Hey.
Flighted nicely, but well kept out by Foster. Bishop just trying to tempt him into a big shot here.
Hey.
Quicker one, and that went through him. But he survives again. End of another over. 37 overs we've had in the Irish Academy second innings, and they're 138 for 9. McCarthy's on 34 and Foster is on 2.
So the Irish is doing a good job here in delaying the inevitable. Really, it should be a West Indies Academy win. Just 1 wicket away. Some 26 overs remaining in the day.
But you don't mind this though, Marley, when you see somebody playing in the form that McCarthy's in. He's having a go. He's
Definitely
trying different things. It doesn't really matter. The pressure's off. The game's done. Because it frustrates you. You see it a lot where batsmen are in, or teams are in this position, and 1 wicket to fall, and they're just still prodding and poking and
going nowhere.
Going nowhere. Complete waste of time. Oh, backing away to Thorne, and Thorne's put him on his backside. It's gone through the gloves of Bowen Tuckett and down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, that was quick. That was even too quick for Carl and Bowen.
It was too quick for everyone.
Yeah.
Well, McCarthy backed away and Thorne followed him.
Exposed his stumps here.
Yeah.
Was McCarthy. But look at that one. Just a bit too quick. Probably just got his hands in the wrong position there. Did Carl and Bowen Tuckett.
Maybe should have
gone reverse cut, probably. Yeah. Went the regulation. Used the regulation technique there. Probably should have gone reverse cut. Just ended up parrying it over for 4 runs.
Oh, and he's moved again. And with this movement, and it's pretty early movement, I think Thorne would be well advised to just aim at the base of the stumps here.
Yeah, almost.
One on target.
Yeah, almost block the batter out. Here and just aim at the stumps, as he said. Slower ball isn't the worst option as well in this situation.
True. Yeah.
Here he stays home though, as McCarthy manages to chop it away.
Yeah, gets another one, so he moves up to 35, score 143 for 9. Brings Foster back in. Foster has played like a real number 11 throughout the series, but again, no, I'm just saying that no one's moved in or anything. And ill directed down the leg side by Thorne.
Gloves, please.
Call for new gloves, McCarthy, so he's set for the afternoon. He's enjoying himself out there, 35 off 32. Thorne again into Foster. That one straight, that looks pretty plumb, and that's gone. And that is a match to West Indies Academy. He just had to get one on line. No real commitment coming forward there from Foster. Caught on the crease, and that looks pretty plumb.
Yeah, pretty adjacent, that one from Isaiah Thorne. Is that his second wicket of the innings?
He can do it for sure.
Yes.
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 So
You'll end with 2 for 17 off 7.
Massive win this for the West Indies Academy. Some 433 runs.
Huge win. 432 they win by.
Exact,
yes.
yeah.
Bowled out for 143 is the Island Academy. Well done to the West Indies Academy. Clean sweeping this 2-match 4-day first-class series to go along with their 2-1 victory in the 3-match 1-day series. So congratulations to the West Indies Academy. And they've totally outplayed Island Academy in both matches, so thoroughly deserved their victory. And player of the series, Marley, I would say, given the fact that the wickets are about even, and the context of the 100 that he scored that turned the match on its head, I would give it to Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Probably the standout player in this series out of both teams, not only in the limited overs as well. Made a real impact here on the 4-day leg of this trip. And yeah, I have to agree with you. Joshua Bishop seems to be just improving all the time. Every time we see him, seems to be getting better and better, and especially with the bat. Who knows? Ceiling seems to be quite high.
Yes, most definitely. And we saw some good batting performances. Kevlin Anderson, 79, and the 125 in this second match. Lovely century, unbeaten century by Kevin Wickham in the second innings.
Johan Lane, half century in match 1, picked up wickets as well. Didn't play in match 2, but there's a lot to really be excited about. Isaiah Thorne on day 3 and in this match as well.
Right.
Day 3 in match 1. That spell really electrified everyone, didn't it?
It certainly did. And Akeem August in the second innings here was a nice looking 75. And the Irish Academy also, I hope they've enjoyed their series in the Caribbean. They can certainly take some positives out of it, and all a developmental and learning curve for them. We've seen some great performances from Tom Mays in particular with a 10-wicket match haul. Matthew Foster looks like a very promising player for the future. The skipper himself in Stephen Doheny. And, we didn't get to see him in the second innings here, but Murray Cummins. So that is it. We'd like to thank you all for listening and following the series. West Indies Men's Academy won by 432 runs to take this two-match, 4-day first-class series 2-0 to go along with their
what about man of the match?
win.
Who's your man of the match?
Man of the match, I would give man of the match to Kevlin Anderson, I think, for his century in the first innings. Steadied the ship, good partnership, wonderful partnership with his captain, Naeem Young. And player of the series I would give to Josh Bishop. All right, so on behalf of the commentary team of Seth Burton, Vernon Springer, Marley Richards and myself, Terry Laraji, I'd like to thank you all, Jason and his team, the 360 team. And until next time, it's bye for now.